From Yager Stadium in Oxford, it is time for midweek MACtion as the Battle of the Bricks takes to Oxford as the Miami RedHawks take on the Ohio Bobcats here on a chilly Tuesday night from Oxford. Luke West Poley with you here for our RedHawk Radio pregame Battle of the Bricks between Miami and OU here at Yager Stadium in Oxford. Miami 4-5 on the year, 2-3 in the MAC. They came off their bye week, did not play last week. 2 weeks ago, they defeated the Akron Zips in a solid win for the team, propelled by a good first half from the offense led by Brett Gabbard, who got his first full week of preparation since coming back from injury leading into that game. Special teams good all game. Chuck Martin was very pleased with that. Said their second half, they kind of took their foot off the gas a little bit, but thought that first half really propelled them to a solid win. Thought their field position game was great. Talked about Dom Jobin as always. He's been a great asset for the RedHawks, and he was a target for Chuck Martin in talking about their success in the win against Akron. Miami largely out of contention for the MAC championship. There is a three-way tie atop the MAC East right now. Ohio, one of the teams they play tonight, is one of those teams atop the Mid-American Conference East Division right now. They are not technically eliminated by mathematics, but all but eliminated from contention to go to Detroit at the end of the regular season. Still something to play for, though, for these Miami RedHawks. Bowl eligibility for the 6th time in 7 seasons on the line. RedHawks will need to win 2 of the next 3 here in these midweek MACtion games. Miami will be on the road next week before taking back home in Week 13. Miami leads the all-time series in this historic rivalry. 54 wins for the RedHawks, 41 losses, and 2 ties. 32-15 and 2 are the RedHawks at home. Last game at Yager, it's been a while by the normal standards of this rivalry. 2018 was the last time these two teams met in Oxford. It was a 30-28 win for the RedHawks. For the Ohio Bobcats, it's been a fantastic season for a team that did not have high expectations at all coming into this year. They have blown everybody away with an electric offense. They survived an early upset scare in non-conference play against Fordham. A record-breaking game offensively propelled them to a victory over the FCS Rams. 527 passing yards for Curtis Rourke, the Canadian. That was a program record, and they are currently riding a 4-game MAC win streak after dropping their first conference game of the season to Kent State just over a month ago. They have already got some midweek MACtion experience this season. Do the Bobcats. They defeated Buffalo at home last week in Athens, I should say. 45-24 was the score of that one. Miami and OU set to go in just over 20 minutes. We'll take a short break and be back in just a moment here on our RedHawk Radio pregame. It's the 98th Battle for the Bricks here on RedHawk Radio. Welcome back inside Yager Stadium, just about 20 minutes away from Miami and OU here on a Tuesday night from Oxford. Take a look around the Mid-American Conference. Already one game underway here in our midweek MACtion set on a Tuesday night. Eastern Michigan heads to Akron. Those teams deadlocked at 0. That game has just started. And just 6 seconds in, Eastern Michigan already with the ball on the Akron 13-yard line. Eastern Michigan looking to pick up bowl eligibility. Akron still searching for that first win in Mid-American Conference play this season and their first win over an FBS team. That game can be found on CBS Sports Network. The only other game going on tonight will go at 8 p.m. as Toledo hosts Ball State from the Glass Bowl. Once again, that game on ESPN at 8 p.m. 3 games tomorrow in the Mid-American Conference at 7 p.m. on ESPNU from Waldo Stadium in Kalamazoo. Northern Illinois and Western Michigan will meet. Buffalo taking on Central Michigan on ESPN2 tomorrow at 7 p.m. in Mount Pleasant. Also at 7 p.m. on CBS Sports Network from Perry Stadium. Bowling Green will host the Golden Flashes from Kent State. Really tight atop both divisions in the Mid-American Conference standings right now. Currently in the East, it's a 3-way tie between Ohio, Buffalo, and Bowling Green. All those teams stand at 4-1 with the tie breaks currently going Ohio's way. Of course, things will shuffle over the final few weeks, but if the results hold, it would be the Bobcats heading to Detroit to play for the MAC championship. In the West, Toledo 4-1. They hold a narrow 1-game lead over Ball State, but those two teams will meet tonight, with the winner of that game propelling themselves into really good position over the final few weeks to win the West Division. There's a 3-way tie for third place between a trio of teams all sitting at 2 and 3, and it's the 3 teams from Michigan, Eastern, Central, and Western. Northern Illinois, Miami's opponent next week, is in the basement in the West. Team that was projected to win the West Division and many picked to win the MAC championship this year has struggled mightily. 2-7 are the Huskies and 1-4 in the Mid-American Conference. College football playoff rankings are being released as we speak, so everything outside of the top 7 is out right now. Currently from 25 down, it is Washington, Kentucky, Florida State, UCF, Illinois, who has cracked it at 21. Notre Dame back into the top 25 after their big win over Clemson. They are in at 20. Kansas State at 19. Texas in at 18. Tulane continues the group of 5 climb up the ladder. They are 17th. NC State, the Wolfpack, is 16th. North Carolina back into the top 15. Penn State 14th. Utah 13th. UCLA 12th. Ole Miss is 11th. Into the top 10 we go. Clemson, fresh off the loss, squeaks in to that final 10 group at the number 10 spot. 2-loss Alabama is in the number 9 spot, and USC is number 8. We'll continue to update those as we get more updates from the College Football Playoff Committee releasing the rankings here in Week 10. Of course, being election night, we have to please the crowd, and we got to talk about some of the election results going on around the area here in Ohio. We've got the Talawanda tax levy on the ballot tonight. We've got the gubernatorial election between Nan Whaley and incumbent Mike DeWine. Warren Davidson and Vanessa Enoch in the race for District 8 in Ohio. And, of course, the big Senate race between Tim Ryan and J.D. Vance here for the Senate seat in Ohio. So that should be a fun one here in our football game. We'll continue to update the election results as they come in. Ohio polls close in 11 minutes, and we will continue to update as that goes along. We'll take another break. 15 minutes to go until the Battle of the Bricks. Miami and OU. This is Miami football pregame here on Red Hawk Radio. All right, we welcome you back to Yager Stadium. Miami and OU set to go. Teams will take the field momentarily. Request Poley, Jack Schmelzinger joins me now on our Red Hawk Radio pregame, pre-Battle of the Bricks. Miami and OU. Final few teams announced in the college football playoff rankings. Got the top 8 out, but now we have them. So we announced all the way up to USC, above them LSU, Oregon, Tennessee, TCU into playoff position, the Horned Frogs, Michigan, Ohio State, and Georgia. Just wanted to get that out of the way now that we've got the full top 25. Jack, back to our game. Midweek MACtion is here. Miami and Ohio, a storied rivalry, only fitting that these two teams meet in the first midweek of the year for Miami. It's been up and down. The kind of general mantra for this team has been that after that win at Akron, things kind of came together. It seemed like Coach Martin and Matt Kippenhammer, who both spoke to the media earlier in the week, thought that that win kind of turned their team in the right direction, but it's still going to be an uphill battle. You got a really good Ohio opponent tonight, and this almost feels like a must-win in terms of bowl eligibility. You hate to dig the hole where you need to win your final 2 games to get that 6-win mark.
Absolutely, Luke, and this will be an interesting matchup for sure. Miami, one of the worst offenses in the MAC, actually the worst statistically, according to yards per game at least. Ohio, the best offense in the MAC, according to yards per game. And on the other hand, Miami's the best defense in the MAC, and Ohio's the worst defense in the MAC, once again, according to yards per game. So it's going to be pretty interesting to see how these two teams match up here. I think that there's going to be a good chance for Brett Gabbert to have a pretty good game here against this Ohio defense, carry that momentum from the Akron game, like you said, into this one.
Yeah, Akron game in which Brett Gabbert went 13 for 23, 184 yards and a touchdown. It was solid. It was mostly in the first half. That was not the case last year in the game between these two teams, where Gabbert had a career game. Miami losing in that one in the game against Ohio, 35-33. The crazy stat line for Brett, though, Miami was shut out at halftime, scored all 33 of their points in the second half. Brett had 492 yards and 5 touchdowns in a losing effort. Coach Martin said the bye was good for them to get those extra couple days for Brett to practice. He kind of had a week and a half to prep instead of the normal week coming off the injury, and that's got to be huge for Brett. He still tries to work himself back into the fold with this offense.
Yeah, Luke, and you mentioned that game last year, 492 passing yards, 5 touchdowns, really ridiculous numbers, and we haven't seen Brett Gabbert have success like that so far this year. Obviously, he's only played in 2 conference games after that injury he suffered in week 1, but like you said, 10 days to repair here. Ohio, not quite as much rest coming from their last game, so might be a chance here for Brett Gabbert to kind of get back on the horse and get back to really just the incredible performance that he put on last year's MAC season.
Miami taking the field right now. It was a Miami rushing attack that was solid against Akron, 107 rushing yards. Keon Mosey, the leader, with 55. Matt Kippenhammer with a solid effort as well in the game, 84 receiving yards off of 4 receptions. Coach Martin addressed it earlier this week. He said that their defense, their pass defense, which has kind of been the weak point of their defense, if you want to call it that, is always, you know, allowed teams to go underneath and given you a free couple of yards and been content to do that. And he talked about how they had to change things a little bit for an Ohio offense that's so high percentage, but it's so balanced for OU. He talked about that as well. You can't press down too much because they can go over the top as well. What do you think the key is for this Miami defense that's really done a good job stopping the run, 18th best in the nation in that category against such a pass-heavy attack that OU brings?
Yeah, Luke, you mentioned it. Miami so far on the year really, really strong in rush defense. I think that it's going to be important for them to just be able to trust that they do have the pieces and they have the game plan to stop this Ohio rush attack. Really what they do need to worry about is that air attack. I mean, Curtis Rourke this year has been absolutely magnificent. He's had a couple of 5-touchdown games. He's had a 500-yard game. So really it's going to be important for this Red Hawks secondary to stick close to those Ohio receivers and hopefully get a little bit of pressure in the backfield too.
Absolutely, and let's talk about Curtis Rourke, the Ontario native, last week, 20 for 29, 317 yards, 5 touchdowns, and an interception. You talk about high percentage, you talk about lots of yards. Those two don't generally mix usually, but that's not been the case for Rourke all season long. 33 or more points in 5 out of 6 wins for Ohio this season. This is an offense that can compete with the best of them, not only here in the MAC, but really in the entire country.
Absolutely, and if you look at Curtis Rourke's stat line, his game log, he really hasn't had a bad game all season, and especially all MAC season. He has 21 touchdowns on the year, rather, only 4 interceptions. So you mentioned he's high percentage. He completes a lot of those passes, and his balls do not end up in the opponent's hands either. So Curtis Rourke, it's going to be tough to stop him tonight. Miami defense really has its work cut out for it.
Absolutely. Sam Wiglis, their leading receiver last week, 6 receptions, 131 yards, and a pair of touchdowns on the ground, 169 yards for the Bobcats last week, led by Jake Neitherton, who had 68 yards off 13 attempts. Ohio wins the coin toss. They elect to defer, so Miami will get the ball first. There's some history between these teams. Spence Nowinski, the defensive coordinator for Ohio, former co-defensive coordinator at Miami, maybe knows the scheme a little bit for the RedHawks, but certainly a pair of schools that know each other very, very well. Should be a fun one between Miami and OU. We'll send it over to Patrick and Jack with the call. We'll see you at halftime. It's the Battle of the Bricks here on Red Hawk Radio.
Luke, thank you very much. We welcome you to the Battle of the Bricks here from Yager Stadium in Oxford, Ohio. It is the Miami RedHawks. It is the Ohio Bobcats meeting on this field, and what is a game full of importance on both sides, Jack. You have a Red Hawk team fighting to stay alive in the MAC battle, but more importantly, trying to remain bowl eligible here tonight. An Ohio team that is right in the race for the MAC East title. They are already bowl eligible, their win last week, but an Ohio team that's got a chance to make it to Detroit, and certainly a win tonight would really help their case in doing so as we move throughout the rest of the year.
Yeah, Patrick, right now this Ohio team's destiny is really in its own hands. They beat Buffalo last week, so they have the tiebreaker over them, and that's the two teams that are tied atop of the MAC East. So you kind of think, or actually it's true, if Ohio doesn't lose again this year, they are the MAC East champions. So really just a huge game here. Every one for them all the way out is going to be huge, and same for the RedHawks because they do want to go to a bowl at the end of the year. So a lot of implications here in this midweek MAC matchup.
That's right. RedHawks pretty much going to have to win out to do that, or maybe could afford to lose one more game to stay bowl eligible. Ohio won the toss. They defer. They wear white uniforms with white pants tonight and white helmets. There's a green number and a green name and number on the back of the Ohio uniform this evening. The RedHawks are in their gray uniforms with the red numbers on the back, white names on the back, and a red number on the front. White helmets tonight are sported by the RedHawks. Ohio will kick from left to right across your radio to get this first quarter going between Miami and Ohio. The first MACtion game of the year for the RedHawks. Ohio played in MACtion last week on Tuesday. They beat Buffalo at home 45-24. RedHawks have not played since a couple Saturdays ago when they beat Akron 27-9. The kickoff from the foot of Ohio's Tristan Vandenberg is out the back of the RedHawk end zone, and the game is on here from Yager Stadium. The RedHawks will set up first and 10 on their own 25-yard line. Brett Gabbert back out there. He'll make his third straight start after missing 6 games in the middle of the year due to an injury. He did throw 492 yards for 5 touchdowns last year against this Bobcats team. So one of the questions is, what does Gabbert look like with a complete full week of prep as he continues to recover from the injury? Receiver on either side here for Gabbert with a man to his left in the backfield on first and 10. First play from scrimmage of the game. Gabbert back to throw over the middle. There's a catch out past the 40-yard line up the left hash of the field. With the reception for Miami is Miles Marshall at 3 catches for 17 yards last week. And it is a first down for the RedHawks 15 seconds in.
Really nice play design there from Miami. Just a little seam route there from Miles Marshall. Goes right up the left hash mark and gets lost in that Ohio zone. Absolutely no one around him. Beautiful throw by Brett Gabbert. Caught him right in the face mask, too.
Yep. RedHawk offense that's last in the MAC coming into this game, averaging just under 300 yards per game. 2 receivers out to the right. Gabbert from the shotgun, hands off to the man who's right in the backfield, and a rush will get to the 50-yard line and about a yard past it into Ohio territory. With a carry is Keon Mosey, the sophomore from Lee Summit, Missouri, will get his way for a gain of 8 yards. It'll be a 2nd and 2 coming up on the left hash of the field. So Mosey gets his way to the 49-yard line of Ohio. Temperatures we start here in Oxford, 54 degrees, clear skies, and a full moon. Three receivers out to the right, one to the left. Shotgun snap for Yager as he'll clap twice with 8 on the play clock. Mosey moves to his right in the backfield as the back. Hand off to Mosey, 2nd and 2 from the Ohio 49-yard line. Keon dashes his way to the near side. 3 Bobcats swallow him up for what will likely be no gain, and it will be no gain for Keon Mosey. He was stood up by McCrory at the 49-yard line. It will be a 3rd down and 2 coming up for the RedHawks. Miami last week against Akron, 6 for 16 on 3rd down.
A little bit of an interesting play call there on 2nd and short. Might have liked to see them go for a little bit of play action and try to catch that Ohio defense biting on the run, but I guess looks like Chuck Martin and these RedHawks may be trying to establish the run here early against the Bobcats.
Yeah.
And that's usually a pretty good strategy.
3 receivers right, Gabbard shotgun, hands it off. Mosey to his left in the backfield, and he was tripped up a yard short. On the stop for Ohio, I believe, was number 0. We get a late flag come out too. From the near side of the field, believe some words were exchanged after the tackle. No shoving or violence, but Mosey brought down. He had about a second or two, and then his flag came out from the near side of the field at the Ohio end of things.
After the play, unsportsmanlike conduct, his first, number 47, offense. The down counts.
It's on the RedHawks, number 47, who picks up the foul. That'll go up against Luke Bolden, the tight end. And the RedHawks here are going to bring out the punt team. It's going to generate a 4th and 16 on their own 37-yard line. So Bolden had some words there for a Bobcat after the play, and it cost Miami the drive pretty much.
Yeah, and a pretty disappointing start there for the RedHawks. A couple of really nice plays to start it off. Got some nice yardage and just not able to convert after a 2nd and short.
Kick away from Dom Jobin, the punter. He will fly this one to the Ohio returner, standing on the 22-yard line. The Bobcats taking it out is Sam Wiglis, who's going to dash his way to the near side, but brought down by a pair of RedHawks inside the 20-yard line. Going to mark him down at the 20. Kind of took a couple steps back. The ball sent him backward, and then Wiglis had nowhere to go. 2 RedHawks there to swallow him up. And 1st and 10 for the Bobcats from their own 20-yard line to get their first drive of the game started.
Patrick, you'd think that these teams would kind of catch the scouting report on Dom Jobin. It feels like we see this every week. He rips off his first punt, and the returner ends up kind of jogging backward a bunch of yards to actually field it. I mean, this guy really has a great leg on him. Probably one of Miami's best players so far this year.
Yeah, a lot of overconfidence. Curtis Hort for the backfield, throws to the far side at the hash marks, brought in by the receiver, who was swallowed up there by a few RedHawks in the area. McKean was mostly in there to make the tackle. Believe the catch was made by number 2 there in white, potentially on the grab for Ohio. There'll be Alec Burton, the tight end. It gains about 3 yards, and it'll be 2nd and 7 here from the 23-yard line left hash. 2 receivers to the right, 1 to the left for Rourke. He's got a man behind him in the backfield. 15 on the play clock. Shotgun snap comes Rourke's way, claps twice, gets it. He's going to keep it, then float it to the far side. Little pitch to the rusher, trying to fight his way to the 25-yard line, and he cannot. RedHawk defender there to shove him out of bounds. I believe that was Ertl again on the stop for the RedHawks, who shoved the ball carrier out of bounds. And Sia Bankura, he leads OU with 7 touchdowns on the year, and it sets up a 3rd and 5 coming up for Ohio. 3rd and 5 on their own 25-yard line of the Bobcats. 4 for 9 on 3rd down last week against Buffalo. 2 receivers right, 1 to the left. Shotgun snap awaits Rourke. Gets it. Rolling back, plenty of time, looking to throw. Rourke over the middle, a strike, and it's caught for the 1st down. And out to midfield after being brought down there by the safety back in coverage for the RedHawks. And Jaquez Warren, number 18 in white, makes the grab. That is James Bostic, the wide receiver, the grad student from Fort Lauderdale. 1st and 10, Ohio on the 50.
Just too much time back in the pocket there for Curtis Rourke. That route really took a pretty long time to develop, longer than you would expect, considering that it was actually completed. RedHawks got to get to that passer.
Yep. 2 receivers left, nobody out right. Ohio from the shotgun here will set up Rourke with a man to his left in the backfield. That's Bangura. 7 on the play clock. Shotgun snap, going to be a pass for Rourke. Stepping back, throw to the far side. There's a catch along the sideline just inside the 40-yard line. Another one made by Bostic. He was forced out of bounds there by The RedHawk defender in number 2 in gray. I believe that was McKee, maybe. We'll see a first down and 10 here for Ohio coming up on the 38-yard line of Miami. An Ohio pass offense that is absolutely lethal. They lead the MAC, 309 yards per game through the air this year for OU. Their offense, period, is first in the MAC at 431 yards per game. 2 receivers left, 2 to the right. Rourke from the shotgun hands it off, and a rush there that the RedHawks swallow up immediately. Pretty much gain of 2 for the rusher there in Bangura, who cut his way to the far side. RedHawks, about 3 of them were on him after the gain of 2. 2nd and 8 coming up for Ohio on the 36-yard line of Miami. Ball on the left hash of the field. 9:32 to go. We're scoreless here in the opening quarter. 2 receivers up to the right. Nobody out left for Ohio. Rourke here from the shotgun will wait the snap. Play clock reads 10. And as Rourke will spread his arms, making a safe call, yelling orders to the line. Shotgun snap in his hands. Walks his way back. Rourke is in trouble. He throws a pass. It was incomplete. Hit the ground in front of the intended target there. Bangura, who came out of the backfield. He had Rourke get pressured there by about 3 RedHawks. He flailed a pass out of his right arm at the last second and just tried to get it away. Bangura about an inch shy of that ball before making the grab on the last second throw attempt. In Ohio, another 3rd down, this time 3rd and 8 on the RedHawk 36. 2 receivers left, 1 to the right. Shotgun snap awaits Rourke. Bobcats converted that 3rd down earlier on in the drive. Rourke back to pass, looking to throw, rolling near side, a little bit of pressure. He'll escape. Rourke throws a strike to the end zone, and it's incomplete. Knocked away from the intended target. It's Sam Wiglis. RedHawks get in there and knock it away. Most of the work was done from Miami's cornerback in Jaquez Warren, who made the play at the goal line on the throw to the near side of the field. A good play on a nothing for Ohio, but the field goal team coming on here with 8:57 to go in the first. A 4th and 8 on the 36-yard line of Miami. No, it's going to be a punt. Beg your pardon.
Patrick, that was a really impressive play there, I thought, by Rourke. He just rolls out of the pocket, evades a lot of Miami pressure, and that was a really nice throw.
Yeah.
About 40 yards downfield on the run. Just couldn't quite complete it.
A short kick using about half the strength. Is the Ohio punter who's going to land this punt far side of the field at about the 14-yard line. Kicked away there by Jack Wilson, the redshirt sophomore from Lancefield, Australia. Averaged 37 yards on 3 punts last week. This one will be about that distance, and the RedHawks will get their next drive going 1st and 10 on their own 14-yard line on a good special teams play from Ohio, who did not want to attempt the 53-yard field goal here this early on in the game. Still scoreless from Yager Stadium, 8:49 to go in the opening quarter. We're back in a moment for more MACtion. This is Miami Football on RedHawk Radio. All right, 8:49 to go in the opening quarter. Miami and Ohio are scoreless here from Yager Stadium in Oxford as we get going. Patrick Geshan, Jack Schmelzinger are with you. Luke West Poley with us tonight as well on Red Hawk Radio. It's kind of a feeling out process to start, Jack. Each team just kind of trying to find their groove here after their first drive of the game.
Yeah, they really are just, really, it seems like they're just trying to kind of figure each other out, and nobody's being too aggressive quite yet. Would like to see maybe Miami and their offensive play caller change that here, though.
Yeah.
Maybe let Brett Gabbert, give him a little room to eat.
See what he could do here on the second drive of the game for the RedHawks. Two receivers left, one to the right. Gabbert will work from the shotgun, 1st and 10 on his own 14-yard line. A quick strike over the middle, the slant route, and a catch is made out to the 25-yard line on the first play of the drive. The grab brought in there from the RedHawks, Mac Hippenhammer to the 25-yard line, and one play, one first down for the second straight drive for the RedHawks.
Last time we saw, after a couple of really nice plays, they went back to the run. I'll be interested to see if they try to do the same thing again. It didn't work last time.
Yeah. Two receivers out to the left, two to the right. Gabbert from the shotgun waits here with the man who's right in the backfield. Play clock at 8. Gabbert pitch play far side to that man in the backfield. That's a rush for Tyree Shelton. He's shoved out of bounds on the far side by a pair of Bobcats just inside the 30-yard line. Moving to his right, it's going to be a gain of 3 to the 28. And we have a 2nd down and 7 coming up for the RedHawks on the right hash of the field on their own 28-yard line. Full moon tonight rises above Yager Stadium. An okay student crowd tonight, a decent crowd for MACtion. On the near side stands, what we would call a typical Miami football crowd. RedHawks back to throw. Gabbert here, waiting, and he's sacked. Brought down by Ohio's number 20 in white on the tackle. That is Alvin Floyd, the 6-year out of North Miami Beach, Florida, who came out of the middle of nowhere on the right side of the line to swallow up Gabbert. He had no options to pass down the field, and it brings Brett and the RedHawks back to their own 22-yard line. A 3rd and 13 is coming up.
Brett just held the ball a little bit too long there. If no one's open downfield, you kind of got to feel that pressure and expect that that pressure is going to be coming. A pretty bad sack for Brett Gabbert.
Yep.
Only a loss of about 6, though, so not a huge.
Back to throw on 3rd and 13. Gabbert to the near side, tipped up in the air and almost incomplete. He was looking for Hippenhammer at the 25. They got tipped up in the air off the hand of Justin Burchett, the safety for Ohio, and then almost intercepted by Adonis Williams Jr., the nickelback. He wasn't able to bring it in after it was tipped and knuckleballed around, and the RedHawks, after getting one first down on this drive, will have to punt again deep in their own territory. Jobin on for the 2nd time tonight. You get Wiggless standing on the 40-yard line of his own for Ohio. Clean kick, spirals through the air to the near side for Nicholson. It hits turf at the 41-yard line of OU and will take a bounce out of bounds, moving toward the Ohio scoring end zone. Took a very friendly bounce for the Bobcats, out of bounds at the 46-yard line. They're going to mark it on the near side of the field. No return there for Wiggless, but Ohio will get some pretty good field position here to start their next drive of the football game. With 7:03 to go in the opening quarter, Miami and Ohio are scoreless here from Oxford, and this is Miami football on Red Hawk Radio. 7:03 to go in the opening quarter here from Yager Stadium in Oxford. No score between Miami and Ohio. The ball will be on the 46-yard line of the Bobcats. First down at 10. That's where the next drive of the game will begin for OU. As we are here under the lights tonight on this Tuesday night. First of 2 home MACtion games for the RedHawks. The next one will take place 2 weeks from tonight against Ball State on this field. I mean, their final regular season game. Hand off from Rourke to the near side for Ohio. There's a rush for their top guy on the ground. Number 22 in white, in Bangura, who gets his way near the 50. They're going to mark him down on the 50-yard line. Up the right hash to a forward, gain of 4, and a 2nd and 6 coming up. .6:38 to go, opening quarter, clock is running. 2 receivers left, nobody outright for Ohio on 2nd and 6 from the 50. Rourke from the shotgun, gets the snap, rolls near side, looking to throw. Home run down the field. It is caught inside the 5-yard line. And they'll mark him down at the 1. With the grab for the Bobcats, number 15, who cut across on the post route from the far side to the near side of the field. That's the wide receiver, Philip Cole, who brings it in for a 49-yard reception. First and goal, Ohio with 6:10 to go in the opening quarter.
First and goal from the 1.
What a throw there by the quarterback in Rourke. He kind of rolled to the near side and took a step back and fired a bullet down the field. Wide open was the receiver there outside of coverage in Cole. Going to be a handoff here on first and goal from the 1, and inside the end zone for the touchdown Bobcats is the rusher in Bangura.
The Ohio touchdown comes
Took a route through the right side of the line. He just dove his way forward to the goal line and over it for the TD, and it's 6-0 Bobcats with 5:46 to go in the first 8th touchdown on the ground this season for Bangura. That leads the team. He was injured last week, didn't even play in the game against Buffalo. So the PAT try is on here for the Bobcats. The true freshman is Nathaniel Vacos out of Avon, Ohio, suburban Cleveland. He'll knock the PAT try right down the middle. And the Bobcats take a 7-0 lead with 5:46 to go in quarter number 1. As Ohio there makes a statement, Jack, they had really good field position to start the drive out near midfield, and then the ball thrown all the way down the field. A really good catch made by the receiver there in the middle in kind of double coverage too. Philip Cole was covered pretty hard there, but able to bring in the grab, and a really good throw by Rourke. And then the Bobcats just take one play to knock it into the end zone.
Yeah, it really was a perfect throw by Rourke. A really kind of a weird play there. It looked like they faked something. I can't really even tell what they faked. Maybe kind of like a triple option it almost looked like, but like you said, a perfect throw there from Rourke, and it's going to be maybe a long night for this Miami defense if he is as on as he really looked during that drive.
Yeah.
I mean, it was only one play, but just such a great throw, and he really has already had a couple of really nice throws, on the run. He looks like he's on here tonight in Oxford.
Yep. Certainly he is. We have a media timeout. We will keep it right here at 5:46 to go in the opening quarter. So Luke West Poley's doing double duty tonight. We got, of course, the out-of-town scoreboard with all the MAC stuff, but it's also election night, and Luke will be keeping us updated throughout the night on all of the important races in the state of Ohio. So what do you got, Luke?
Not a whole lot, Patrick, with polls closing 28 minutes ago. No reporting yet, according to our sources.
Yeah.
The Associated Press in the District 8 election, I should say. Nan Whaley winning right now, according to a very, very, very small sample size, mostly out of Columbus in the gubernatorial election, winning by 4,000 votes with 5% reporting. Heavy underdog in that race, though. But we'll have to see as the night progresses. Couple races that'll be interesting, couple that are not expected to be close, and we'll see if we get any type of big upsets or anything like that. We'll let you know.
Of course.
There is a full moon here in Oxford.
There is. That is true.
If we don't see anything crazy on the field, I would hope we could at least see something crazy in the political landscape.
Yeah, sure we will. Kind of impressed tonight. Decent crowd on hand for, of course, you and I have been coming to these games forever.
Yeah.
I'd say it's one of the better MACtion crowds I've ever seen.
Yeah, and especially, you look at the general admission crowd, it's probably, I'd say 10 to 15% better than it normally is, but you look at the student crowd, and I'm impressed. The student crowd is a lot better than it normally is for a game like this. The word on MACtion might starting to be spread a little bit. I mean, there's nothing better to do on a Tuesday night, college football.
Is this the best home student crowd of the year?
It certainly, I think family weekend, in terms of how filled the student stands were, it might be close, but that was a lot of parents. So I think in terms of pure students, this might be it.
All right.
There's a pretty good amount of buzz around campus, it felt like, about this game today. And walking through Uptown on the way here, a ton of people walking around wearing Miami or Ohio stuff, eating, drinking, just carousing in Oxford. People having a lot of fun here tonight on a pretty beautiful November Tuesday evening.
Yep. It's not that cold out. It's not warm, but it's not too cold. Temperature in the low 50s here as we get this game started.
Mother Nature was kind to us today,
Yeah.
so I'm sure that we're going to get killed for the next home match.
Oh, I'm sure we will.
Game.
That's all right. It'll be the last one of the year. It'll be all over after that. All right, so the ball on the tee for Tristan Vandenberg, the place kicker for the Bobcats. Buffalo native. He's a transfer from the Canisius Golden Griffins. Kick all the way down to the near side of the Red Hawk end of things. The return here will come from Kevin Davis, cutting from near side to far side. He's wrapped up at the 20-yard line on the right hatch of the field by the Bobcats. Number 40 in white, who made the play, that is Jack McCrory, who plays a lot of roles on special teams and defense. The Red Hawks get the drive going, first down and 10 on their own 20-yard line. As it was a Davis rush and return diagonally from near side to far side on the field. So what can Gabbert and company do here to try to spark some offense? Red Hawks have just 2 first downs in the game so far on 2 offensive drives. 2 receivers right and 1 to the left. Gabbert back to throw from the zone 15, fires far side. There's a catch. A little bit of room to work with on the far sideline for a decent gain of 4 or 5. Shoved out of bounds was the receiver. So you get a lot of words being exchanged over there on the far sideline. Trying to figure out who brought in that catch over there. I believe it was Tyree Shelton. And it was. He got out of bounds at the 24-yard line. And it will be a gain of 4 to get a 2nd and 6 for the Redhawks. Yet the receiver there shoved out of bounds on the far side. And all of a sudden, a lot of words exchanged. No flags were thrown between him and the Ohio defense. And Shelton. Handoff here on 2nd down and 6. This is Mosey, who's wrapped up immediately on the tackle there for the Bobcats, who's McCrory. He had help as well from number 32 in white and Bryce Houston. And a loss there of about a yard will set up a 3rd and 7 for the Redhawks.
Patrick, we were talking about before the game just how good Brett Gabbert was against this Ohio team last year. 5 touchdowns, nearly 500 passing yards. I just don't really get why they're playing so conservative on offense here early in this one. I feel like you should be letting your star shine. I don't know if maybe Brett Gabbert isn't quite 100% healthy. And I mean, this is, once again, the worst passing defense in the MAC as well.
Yeah. Gabbert throws near side. There's a catch for Jalen Walker, who's back from injury, and he's wrapped up at the 25-yard line. A tackle made there by Adonis Williams Jr. right away. No room to go up the field for Jalen Walker. And the Redhawks, no gain on the play as they went to the near side. Walker made the grab at the 25-yard line, stumbled back to the 24, where Williams wrapped him up. And the Redhawks send the punt team out. This drive, they don't even get a first down. They go 3 and out. And a drive that lasts less than 2 minutes. Jobin on for the punt. Wiggless back for the return. This is a really good kick from Jobin. Sends Wiggless back inside his own 30. Going to make the catch, try to bring it upfield, but the Redhawks get to him and bring him down at about the 28-yard line of Ohio. Wiggless probably a return there of -2 as the Redhawks get back to wrap him up and shut down the return. The stop mostly made for Miami's number 4, the linebacker and Camden Rogers. 1st and 10 Ohio on their own 29-yard line officially to start the drive.
A big defensive drive here for the RedHawks. You do not want to go down two scores, especially with how the offense has sputtered early in this one.
Right. 3:35 to go in the opening quarter. 7-0. The Bobcats lead the game. Shotgun snap awaits Rourke. 3 receivers right and 2 to the left. Man to his left, the backfield here is going to be a handoff to that player. The rusher will be brought down for a loss. Back inside his own 25-yard line. It looks like they went to Nolan McCormick there on the rush. Redshirt freshman from Mason, Ohio, not too far from here. Gets brought down for no gain on the play. It'll be a 2nd down and 10 coming up, though. Give him forward progress to the 29-yard line of Ohio.
RedHawks doing a really nice job stopping the run here early. Definitely probably the best thing that they're doing.
Yep.
And hopefully you think maybe that'll allow them to focus on the pass a little more.
2 receivers right, 1 to the left. Shotgun snap awaits Rourke here. Back to throw from his own 20. Fires over the middle. Room to work with for McCormick, and he's out at the 40-yard line, near side of the field. Salopek came in to try to make the play. McWood finished him off. There'll be plenty for the 1st down to the 41-yard line officially of Ohio. Really good play there for McCormick as the RedHawk defense kind of broken down. McCormick plenty of room to run it up the near side of the field. 1st and 10 OU. 3 receivers left, nobody out right. You got Rourke awaiting the shotgun snap. 14 on the play clock. Bobcats marching along here. Rourke gonna keep it, rushing near side. He is gonna dodge 1 tackle in the backfield and get finished off by McWood. And Saunders Jr. at about the 42-yard line, near side of the field of Ohio. 2 players coming in to make the tackle. Gain of 1 and to keep there for Rourke. It'll be a 2nd and 9 coming up. 1:55 to go, 1st quarter. 2 receivers either side. Shotgun snap awaits Rourke. Throw over the middle is incomplete. It was in the feet of the intended receiver. Bobcats there trying to go for number 2 in white. The intended target, the tight end Alec Burton, knocked away by Salopek, and it will be 3rd and 9 Ohio with the ball on the 42-yard line of the Bobcats. This is a big 3rd down conversion for OU. 1:46 to go in this 1st quarter. 2 for 2 on 3rd down conversions tonight is Ohio. 2 receivers left, 2 to the right. Shotgun snap awaits Rourke here, who will spread his arms, try to bark some orders to the line. 2 on the play clock. Rourke, the shotgun snap, walks his way back, looking to throw. It's some trouble, and he's brought down near the 30-yard line. The tackle made by Salopek, who gets the sack to end the OU drive. There's no options there for Rourke to throw downfield. Before he knew it, Salopek wrapped up his feet and brought him down with 1:24 to go in the 1st. 4th and 19 for Ohio on their own 32-yard line. The punt team is out.
Really nice blitz there from Miami. Matt Salopek kind of hesitated when that ball was snapped. Made it look like he was going to drop back in coverage for a second and just exploded forward and able to bring him down. Nice play by the veteran.
Yep. Punter for Ohio is on, and Jack Wilson, the 2nd time we'll see him kick the ball in the game. From inside his own 20. End over end kick, a fair catch signaled by the RedHawk returner back at his own 29-yard line. That's Jalen Walker, who again was injured last week, the regular RedHawk punt returner. He'll just fair catch this one at the 29-yard line of Miami. And that's where the drive begins. 1st and 10 for the RedHawks on their end of the field here with 53 seconds to go in the 1st quarter. And a RedHawk offense, Jack, for those just joining us, that's really done nothing tonight so far.
Yeah, they really have not had a tough time getting it going on the ground, and Brett Gabbert just really hasn't had too many chances to show his stuff. Even when he's been passing, it's kind of been short stuff, quick timing plays, and like to see him maybe get a chance to air it out a little bit here.
Receiver on either side, play action. Gabbert back in his own 20, fires a bullet near side. There's a catch, and into OU territory, brought down at the 49-yard line is Mac Hippenhammer with an incredible catch on a throw to the near side. The tackle was made by Tariq Drake, the safety, and a 1st and 10 Miami to the 49-yard line. Their biggest play gain of the game. Guess I should say biggest gain on a play all night long. One receiver right, two to the left. 1st and 10, Miami on the Ohio 49-yard line. Gonna be a handoff far side. Plenty of room to work with. Kevin Davis, first down, a lot more out of bounds. Far side of the field on the 35-yard line, but a flag came out back at the 50. He had Davis go into the OU sideline there after the rush. After he went out of bounds, and some politics going on over there. You hear the student section probably, who's right in front of that. A little bit of pushing and shoving some words. Davis generated some of that phantom last time he was over in the OU sideline. And it's going to be a holding call on the RedHawks, so wipe out that entire rush from Davis. As the RedHawks get the holding call, they'll be driven back 10 yards into their own territory as an unlucky break there on the penalty. And with 15 seconds to go in the first quarter, RedHawks get the ball here on their own 41-yard line. And it'll be a 1st and 20 from there.
Really bad break for the RedHawks, like you mentioned, Patrick. Tyree Shelton that already had a steam and already had a couple yards with some open field in front of him when that flag got thrown. Just not a great time to take a holding penalty if you're that RedHawk. You maybe like to see a little bit more awareness there.
This rivalry, though, is already getting heated. You've had a lot of stuff going on when Miami players have been into the OU sideline for going out of bounds. 1st and 20, 3 receivers right, 1 to the left. Gabbard shotgun stop, throws near side. It's in and out of the hands of Davis. Ball slipped out. Number 19 of Ohio in coverage there, deep on the field. That was Johnson, and it will be a 2nd down and 20 coming up from the 41-yard line of Miami as Davis could not bring it in near side. 1 second to go in the first quarter when that pass came through, or lack thereof. 2 receivers right, 1 to the left. Gabbard here will wait the shotgun snap with a man who's right in the backfield. That is Shelton, who then goes behind Gabbard. Going to be a handoff to that player. That is a rush up the near side, and a strong hit just before the 50-yard line knocks Shelton back. Number 20 on the play there for Ohio on the hit, and Alvin Floyd, the Florida native, will shut down the rush after a decent gain of about 6 yards or so for Shelton. And it will be a 3rd down and about 14 coming up for the RedHawks as the first quarter is over with here from Yager Stadium tonight in Oxford. So Ohio out to a 7-0 lead after the first quarter of this game. Other than that, not a whole lot to talk about here so far from Yager Stadium. We're back with the second quarter in just a moment. Miami football on Red Hawk Radio. Breaking news as we return to Yager Stadium. Patrick Geshan, Jack Schmelzinger, and Luke West Poley back with you. 7-0 Ohio as we were supposed to start the second quarter coming out of our timeout, but we're going to play one more play in the first quarter. During the media timeout, the officials went to review a play, the last play of that first quarter, the suspected last play of that first quarter was the rush by Shelton. When he rushed for the RedHawks up the near side of the field, he was targeted by the Ohio free safety in Alvin Floyd. Floyd targeted Shelton when he made the play. They reviewed it, they ruled it was targeting, and Floyd has been ejected from the game. He was no longer able to play tonight as he receives the targeting call. So we're going to play one untimed down here to end the first quarter as they decided to go back and do that. A 15-yard penalty also given to the RedHawks, so it was going to be a 3rd and 14 coming out of the break without the penalty. They switch it now to a RedHawk 1st and 10, and they're inside the Ohio 40 on the Bobcat 38-yard line. So the untimed down here to get the first quarter started. Two receivers left, one to the right. Gabbard throws far side, open receiver. That's hip and hammer down to the 30. And he's tackled there by a Bobcat, number 38, and Keith Thompson, the middle linebacker. You get a whistle here to end the, of course, first quarter. And I wonder what you're thinking now. If you're Ohio, you get Alvin Floyd, a huge part of your defense, out all of a sudden. The RedHawks put together some momentum there, Jack, to officially put an end to our first quarter, and you're going to go into the second quarter. RedHawks a 2nd and 3 on the Ohio 31-yard line, only down 7-0. It's kind of two unfortunate events there back-to-back all of a sudden in Ohio's face.
Yeah, that's right. Really pretty nice break for Miami. Like you said, they're going to start this quarter with really great field position, a chance to tie this one up. You were saying that kind of before we went to the break, not a ton to talk about yet in this one, just feels like they've been feeling each other out, and then there was the one huge play for Ohio that led to a touchdown. So not a bad spot for Miami to be in for right now.
So you're going to have a RedHawks 2nd and 3 from the 31-yard line of Ohio. RedHawks now move from left to right as we will get the second quarter underway.
Honestly, I kind of thought that they were going to go for another 3-minute media timeout. I wouldn't put it past ESPN. I'm glad that they didn't.
I'm surprised they didn't. Because you got to pay the bills.
Right.
All these schools do too. This is what keeps the MAC alive. I'm serious, financially. Two receivers right and one to the left. You get Gabbard here, getting the shot, gets snap, hands it off. Davis rushing far side, spins around at the 30, propels his way forward inside the 20, and out of bounds at the 15-yard line, officially the 16 on the far side of the field in Ohio territory. Davis carried his way to the far side. He spun around an Ohio defender. Some beautiful stuff there. And got out of bounds with another big gain for Davis. 1st down and 10. The RedHawks inside the red zone for the first time tonight.
Yeah, what a slick move there from Davis. I don't know if it's the gray uniforms or what tonight, but these RedHawk running backs just look really, really fast, really agile tonight. They are really running hard.
30 seconds into the second quarter. Gabbard looking to throw for the shotgun. No options. Will keep it. Carry it far side. He's out of bounds without a gain. Back to the 16-yard line. Scared away there by Thompson. For OU, and the RedHawks is 2nd and 10 coming up. I'm going to say Gabbard gained actually a yard on the rush. Out of bounds to the 15-yard line. And it'll be a 2nd down and 9 from there for the RedHawks in Ohio territory.
Patrick, just going back to that Kevin Davis rush, that really is a huge play for the RedHawks. And if they could get some type of consistent rushing attack going, it would really open up the pass game. And I don't know about you, but I would love to see Brett Gabbard and Curtis Rourke go head-to-head tonight, arm for arm.
Oh, yeah. Far side screen. It's caught by Walker. He's going to rush up the far side of the field. He faked a throw to the end zone, but Walker's going to carry his way forward for a 1st down to the 5-yard line. After I think he accidentally stepped out of bounds there on the far side of the field. He had Gabbard get the snap from the shotgun, throw far side, a screen look to Jalen Walker, who faked a throw to the end zone, then decided to just carry it forward, and he did so from the 20-yard line down to the 5, as Ohio there a little bit fooled on the throw fake. 1st and goal for the RedHawks for the 5-yard line. Two receivers to the right and one to the left. Shotgun snap, Gabbert throws near side. There's a catch. Hippenhammer at the 1, trying to get the second effort, and he does so in the end zone for a touchdown. Mac Hippenhammer gets the RedHawks on the board. The 5-yard touchdown reception makes it 7-6 Ohio, barring the PAT. 13-11 to go in the second quarter as Mac Hippenhammer collects his 5th touchdown reception of the season. He made the grab at the 1. He was wrapped up by a couple of Bobcats there on the near hash of the field, and he brought in the second effort, the second step that got his way over the goal line as Nicholson knocks the PAT right through the uprights. We're all knotted up at 7 apiece with 13-11 left in quarter number 2. What a Red Hawk drive there, Jack. We talked about this offense for Miami. Did nothing in the first quarter, and now all of a sudden, RedHawks tie the game up less than 2 minutes into the second.
Yeah, that's right. They get that one little break with the targeting call against Ohio, get an extra 15 yards and a first down, and are able to make good on that. RedHawks seemed like they kind of relied on Brett Gabbert's arm a little bit more that drive. They did have the one really nice rush from Kevin Davis, but I think that I would like to see them continue to try to do that. I think that Brett Gabbert is maybe one of the best few players out on the field right now. I love to see them just lean on him, lean on their best player.
Yep.
And what a second effort from Mac Hippenhammer to get into the end zone there. I mean, talking to him, he is just seems like such a humble, nice guy, and Coach Chuck Martin raves about him and his leadership abilities all the time. You really saw it on display there. Guy leads by example.
15th grab of the year for the redshirt senior out of Fort Wayne. He had 4 catches for 84 yards last week, no touchdowns in the Red Hawk win at Akron. Red Hawk team that's playing in this game as well as we're in a media timeout, keeping it right here. Of course, the Red Hawks had that long streak of consecutive wins on the stadium. It was in the upper teens. Well, of course, that got snapped with their loss a couple of games ago, 16-10 on this field against the Broncos of Western Michigan on October 16th. So that's one interesting thing that comes into this game. But another interesting fact as well, Ohio is not a really good road team. They've done most of their things at home this year. They're 5-0 in Athens, but an Ohio team that's 1-3 on the road this year. So if you're a Miami team, you know that coming in. You want to capitalize on an Ohio team that just doesn't really vibe away from their home field this year.
Yeah, and this really is, honestly, kind of a far drive, right, from Athens to Oxford. 3-hour drive around here, so not too terrible, but the Bobcats did have to get off the buses here, and RedHawks hoping to take advantage of that home field advantage, like you said, that Yager Stadium advantage. And like we mentioned a little bit earlier, a pretty good student crowd here on hand, and they're pretty riled up, getting pretty loud over there.
That they are.
Probably loosened up a little bit by some Tuesday night beverages, of course.
Well, they just want to win the $1,000 prize they give out to the 6 kids or whatever. That's why they're here, I bet.
Makes sense.
And the AirPods and whatever.
Right. And have we officially on air congratulated Parker Geshan for his...
No, we haven't.
I think we should do that right now.
$500 check he was given 2 weeks ago, that Western Michigan football game.
I mean...
just for showing up.
They couldn't have given it to a better person, though. I mean... Parker's such a big, devoted Red Hawk fan, so glad that it was him if it was anyone.
Doesn't miss an event.
Right, exactly. It wasn't one of the kids who was just there for the $500 he wanted. He would have been there anyway.
That's right. I think it went to the bank already. He's a saver. He won't spend it. He'll wait.
Good for him.
Yeah.
Wish I could say I was the same way.
All right, so Nicholson with the ball on the tee on his own 35-yard line. He will knock this one with the right foot into the end zone, and it will go out the back for a touchback here. And Ohio starts to drive first down and 10 on their own 25-yard line. So now Ohio on their heels for the first time tonight. They're going to have to come up with a response here. Ball will be on the right hash of the field to start this drive for Rourke and company.
We saw the defense pick up the offense a lot early on in this season, but now it's kind of the offense who at least they just had a really good drive, so the defense a chance to play some complementary football, keep the momentum in Miami's favor.
Ball on the right hash, 2 receivers left, 2 to the right. Shotgun snap awaits Rourke. The man who's right in the backfield here for Ohio. From the 25, Rourke will throw far side, and it's a drop. All-out drop by the intended target. Typically a running back there for Ohio and Bangura on the far side, number 22 in white. Incomplete. And nobody really on him. And it will be a 2nd and 10 from the 25 coming up for OU in their own territory.
A lot of times this year, Patrick, we've seen Miami's defense struggle a little bit early in games, and then they settle down and really buckle down.
Yep.
Maybe seeing that here against Ohio would be nice to see.
Receiver on either side, handoff near side of the field with a rush. Swallowed up at the 29-yard line is the rusher there. That was number 15 for Ohio. And Cross, number 19, Miles Cross, sophomore from Bowie, Maryland. That will be a 3rd down and 6 coming up on the 29-yard line of their own for OU. 2 receivers right, 1 to the left. Work with a man to his left in the backfield, awaits the shotgun snap. Play clock reads 15. A little bit of movement at the line before. They're not going to blow it dead. Play still goes. 9 on the play clock. Rourke with a shotgun snap, throws near side. Catch is made by the tight end, Will Kakmarek, and he's up with a 1st down to the 40-yard line, knocked away by Salopek to the turf. Really good catch by Kakmarek near side. Plenty of room to make the grab, move his way up the field. 1st and 10 OU from the 40.
Yeah, Miami sent 5 that time and just not able to get into the backfield. When you send an extra guy, you got to really hope that he gets there because you don't have as many out in coverage.
Yep. 3 receivers out to the right, nobody left. Shotgun snap for Rourke with a man behind him in the backfield. Rourke will spread his arms in a safe position. And he will step back here, look to throw on 1st and 10. Rourke, plenty of time. Far side, it's a catch made there by Bostic, who reverses direction on the defender. And he's out of bounds in Red Hawk territory on the far sideline of the 42-yard line. Bostic had a man on him, I think it was Salopek, in the middle of the field on his own 45. He sidestepped him away and move forward to get to the Red Hawk 42-yard line for the gain of plenty there. 1st down and 10 with 11:20 left in the 2nd quarter. Good catch made by Bostic, who's nearing 500 yards through the air this season, coming into the game tonight. 2 receivers left, 1 to the right. Rourke spreads his arms with 10 on the play clock. Man to his right in the backfield. Red Hawks gonna rush 4. Man in motion comes across, that's Wiggless. Rourke, a little bit of trouble in the backfield, near side throw, caught by Wiggless, and he's brought down with a loss there of about 3 yards to the 45-yard line of Miami. Broken play, Rourke had really no options down the field to throw to. Wiggless making the grab on a broken throw to the near side, and he had nowhere to rush.
Curtis Rourke has looked really good so far in this game, and it's really impressive to see, even when it looks like he's going to be wrapped up or it looks like the Red Hawks are going to force an incompletion, he just will find his way out of the pocket, evade that rush, and somehow get a throw off.
2 receivers left, 2 to the right. Rourke looking to throw near side. He's got a man. There's a catch. Another one for Kakmarek. It's enough to get OU inside the 40 to the Red Hawk 38-yard line. It looks like it will be a 3rd down in medium distance from there, about a 3rd and 6. Coming up as Saunders made the tackle there on Kakmarek, the tight end, his 2nd grab of the game. So a big 3rd down for OU. 3 receivers to the right and 2 to the left. Empty backfield here for Rourke as the Red Hawks will rush 4. 15 on the play clock. Rourke claps twice, spreads the arms out, signals the play. 5 on the play clock, gets the shotgun snap. Rourke back in the big red M at the midfield area, will throw over the middle. It was brought in for a catch, barely on the turf, by the receiver at number 8, Jacoby Jones, who is nearing 500 yards this season himself. He gets down to the 27-yard line. That's a 1st down, and will move the chains for Ohio. Jones kind of left wide open in coverage. He was forgotten about there over the middle of the field. 1st and 10 for the 27. 2 receivers right, 1 to the left. Work from the shotgun with a man behind him in the backfield. That is going to be, I believe, McCormick. Hand off to McCormick, who then flips it off to a player there for Ohio, moving to the near side, and he's brought down to the 35-yard line. Really good read there by the RedHawks. The tackle was made by number 35, McWood, for the RedHawks. As Wingless there got the pitch play, so they handed off to McCormick, who rushed to the far side. He flipped it to Wingless, who was the receiver on the far side. He reversed it to his left in the near side of the field, where he was wrapped up there by the RedHawks at the 35-yard line. So a second down and 17 is coming up for Ohio. 3 receivers right, 1 to the left. As Rourke here spreads his arms out with his man to his left there in the backfield. Throw near side. There's a catch made by McCormick to the 35-yard line. And he's wrapped out of bounds by Salopek in the near sideline there. We're going to have the ball, a 3rd down and 18 coming up for Ohio on what was not a whole lot there on the gain, if anything, for McCormick. Maybe a loss of 1, actually. Ohio tried some wacky stuff offensively on this drive. Weird type of plays. 2 receivers right, 1 to the left, 13 on the play clock. McCormick to Rourke's right in the backfield. 3rd down and 18 from the 35. Rourke back to throw. Pressure comes, he escapes it. Rourke steps up, throws it, caught by Wingless inside the 25, but he does not have enough for a 1st down. He's officially marked at about the 24, it looks like 23. Still going to put him about 5 yards behind the line needed for the 1st down. And the Ohio field goal team is on here to attempt what will be a 40-yarder with 7:20 to go in the 2nd quarter. A tie game at 7. Nathaniel Van Koss is on. He was 1 for 1 last week, made a 37-yarder. Freshman from Avon, Ohio. This one is from 40. Left hash to the field. Snap is good. The kick is up, and he missed it wide to the near side. It was about 10 yards away from the near side upright for Van Koss, who misses the 40-yarder with his right foot from the near hash of the field. And the Bobcats get nothing on the drive as Van Koss misses the 40-yarder with 7:02 to go in the 2nd quarter. We had a pretty eventful drive there. A lot of MACtion going on in that one.
Yeah, seriously, Patrick, that is the perfect way to describe it. That's what MACtion is all about. Just weird. And it wasn't a great drive for Miami's defense. They gave up a couple of those 3rd down conversions, nearly gave up a 3rd and really long conversion on that last play that got Ohio to the 4th and 6th, but they bended it but didn't break, and that's what you got to do. And now the RedHawks have another good chance to see some more momentum here with Brett Gabbard about to come back out on the field.
That's right. 7:02 to go in the 2nd quarter. Get a media timeout. Let's step away real quick here from Yager Stadium. 7-7 tie. RedHawks get the ball back in their own 23 when we come back. Miami football on Red Hawk Radio. 7:02 to go here in the second quarter. It is a 7-7 tie as we come back after Ohio misses the field goal by Bobcats. At the end of their last drive, the 40-yarder went wide to the near side of the field, and the RedHawks here will start the drive 1st and 10 on their own 23-yard line. Gabbert from the shotgun, pitches near side. This is a rush for Shelton, who gets out to the 30-yard line, near side of the field. He was brought down by number 40 in white there, who was on the tackle. That was McCrory from the left side. And a gain there will get to the 30-yard line. A 2nd and 3 is coming up for the RedHawks from there.
Great gain there for the RedHawks. Like you said, able to set themselves up nicely on 2nd down. Maybe give Brett Gabbert a chance to air it out again here.
Yeah. One receiver on the near side. One receiver on the far side. Gabbert shotgun throwing near side. It's over the head of Walker. Too hot for him to handle. In coverage for Ohio was number 19 on the play, the cornerback in Zach Sanders. 3rd and 3 coming up for the RedHawks. 6:19 to go in the second quarter. The wind has been increasing dramatically since this game started.
I think they heard us saying that it really wasn't too cold out tonight. And then
yeah, here we go. Oh, here's some more punishment.
Yeah, exactly.
2 receivers left, 2 to the right. Shotgun snap awaits Brett Gabbert here. Pops twice, gets the snap, walks his way back, throws a flailing pass to the near sideline at his own bench. He was pressured immediately. A lot of Bobcats came in to pressure Gabbert. He had to throw it away. That'll be a 3 and out for the RedHawks. A 4th down and 3 coming up. They could not convert 3 yards on 2 different plays, and the punt team on here is they're going to send out Jobin. Wingless will return for Ohio at his own 30. Gabbert there had nowhere to go. He was pressured in his face. He could snap a finger and just threw it away to the near sideline. Marshall was kind of in the area. That's why they didn't throw a flag for intentional grounding. So the kick for the right foot of Jobin spirals through the air. This one lands at the 25-yard line where a fair catch is made by Wingless. So where the drive begins. 1st and 10 for Ohio coming up with 6:07 to go in the second quarter. You get a RedHawks shaken up after the play. It was kind of contacted behind the play and some blockers. Slow to get to their feet. I think that's Salopek.
That is not a guy this RedHawk defense can afford to lose. One of the best linebackers probably in the MAC, and definitely a big leader for these RedHawks.
Yeah. So they are attending to him as we enter immediate timeout here with 6:07 left in the second quarter.
Patrick, it seems like the student section really not thinning out too much here just yet.
Nope.
Pretty impressive stuff. A lot of times it seems like people leave after the first quarter and then they start leaving a little more during the second quarter, but really it seems like hardly anyone is left.
Yeah. We wonder what the halftime retention rate though is. So we're in another immediate timeout. It's not a bad crowd at all for what you would expect tonight to be. You got a lot of blankets down there, a lot of flannel shirts and coats, but people did show up for this game. RedHawks really need this win in their fight for bowl eligibility. Miami pretty much needs to win 2 of their next 3 games, 2 of their last 3 games to stay bowl eligible. Of course, a RedHawk team that has been bowl eligible in 5 of the last 6 years would like to make that 6 of their last 7.
And it seemed like they really enjoyed the experience of winning the Frisco Football Classic so much last year. Obviously, it hasn't really translated into too much so far this year, but
yeah,
definitely an experience that Chuck Martin wants to experience again himself, and he wants all of his players to be able to enjoy as well.
Yep.
And what Chuck Martin was saying about it last year when they were in Frisco for that bowl is it was just a really fun time. You kind of get away from Oxford around Christmas time, and if you get to go somewhere warm, it's a pretty sweet deal.
Of course, there's the Bahamas Bowl that I think MAC teams are in contention for, and Last couple years ago, Ohio played in the famous Idaho Potato Bowl. That's my favorite name.
Oh, that's a great one. And I mean, what a funny thing. Like, you can get sent to Boise, Idaho, or you can go to the Bahamas.
And many places in between.
Yeah.
All right, so the media timeout is over. We have 6:07 to go in the second quarter. Miami 7, Ohio 7. First down and 10 from the 25-yard line for OU. Moving from our right to our left here for this next drive on offense in the game. Ball will be on the left hash. 3 receivers to the right and 1 to the left here for the Ohio offense. And their quarterback and leader in Curtis Rourke. Stepping up to his left is the running back in Bangura. Play clock reads 10. Shotgun snap. Rourke throws over the middle. There's a catch. That is Miles Cross, who gets his way to about the 38-yard line there. That's plenty for a first down on a strike over the middle brought in there by Cross. And a first and 10 from the 38 officially for OU. Ball on the left hash of the field. Good way to get the drive started with a gain of 13 to Miles Cross. Came into the game 32 catches on the year, 348 yards for 3 touchdowns this season. Movement at the line before the snap on first and 10 for the 38. A few flags make their way out. And our referee is Greg Sujak tonight. It's an illegal snap on the center for Ohio and Parker Titsworth, the 6'1", 284 redshirt junior from Wexford, Pennsylvania. 5:36 to go in the second quarter. Two receivers right, 1 to the left. Shotgun snap awaits Curtis Rourke. Rourke gets the snap, hands it off, far side. The rush there for Bangura, who was swallowed up after a gain of only 2 yards on what was a second and 15 from the 33. They're going to move him up to the 35. No huddle offense here for OU with 2 receivers right and 2 to the left. Rourke shotgun snap, second and 13, his own 35, fires it down the field. There's a catch. Did he hold on? Yes, he did on the far sideline in the Red Hawk territory. Bringing that one in was Bostic. And he gets his way to the 47-yard line of Miami here. First down and 10. He held on there in double coverage on the far side of the field.
What a game Bostic has had so far for the Bobcats. He's really done everything. He's getting open downfield. He looks really fast. He's had a couple of catches where he's gained yards after the catch right there. Really impressive body control to keep his feet in bounds and keep his hands around that one.
Yep. Receiver here on either side. Shotgun snap awaits Rourke, who steps his way back, throws far side. That's well behind the intended target. And the receiver all the way down to the 15-yard line of Miami, intended for Jacoby Jones. You had Rourke there pressured by plenty of RedHawks in the backfield before throwing it off. It'll be a second and 10 here with 4:23 to go in quarter number 2. The ball on the 47-yard line of Miami.
Nice little second down blitz there from the RedHawks. Not something you see all the time, but good job to shake it up there. And we saw Curtis Rourke have to throw out of a sack, so definitely seems like it worked out. I'll be interested to see if they send pressure again here on third.
Yeah. 3 receivers left, nobody out right. Rourke here gets the shotgun snap, walks his way back, throws near side, long throw, incomplete. A little bit of miscoordination there. You had Wingless hit the brakes 20 yards behind where the throw went, and then the other receiver in the area was number 19, Miles Cross. I don't think he knew the pass was coming his way. He never turned back to look for it. So the throw incomplete, and it will be a 3rd and 10 for Ohio on the RedHawk 47-yard line with 4:17 to go in quarter number 2. We're all tied up at 7 apiece. 2 receivers left, the 1 to the right. Shotgun snap here will await the quarterback. And Curtis Rourke walks his way back, throws far side. There's a catch that's made at the 40-yard line. Swallowed up just shy of the first down marker is Jacoby Jones by the Red Hawk defender over there, Jacquez Warren. Beg your pardon, it was Saunders over there who stopped him, and the Bobcats have a 4th and 1. They're going to go for it, it looks like, here on the Red Hawk 38-yard line. 2 receivers right, 1 to the left. Shotgun snap, Rourke, 4th and 1. He's going to keep it, and he's got plenty for the first down. As Curtis Rourke slams his way to the 32-yard line on a simple keep. The Red Hawk defense there that was pretty miscoordinated. They did not set up well. OU went right to the line, got the snap off, and Rourke kept it on a smart play there for the 1st and 10 with 3:30 to go in quarter number 2.
Kind of surprised to see the Red Hawk defense look like that on that 4th and 1 play. I mean, such an important play in this game in this first half, and the Red Hawks still have 3 timeouts. Kind of would have expected Chuck Martin to take one there.
Would have been smart for sure. And you're right, they got all 3. 2 receivers left, 1 to the right. 1st and 10, Ohio, 32-yard line of Miami. Throw in the middle, there's a catch that's made by Bostic. He'll be brought down after a gain of 10, a solid 10-yard gain. He'll move the chains to the 22-yard line. Saunders wrapped him up after the throw and a quick slant play over the middle. So 1st and 10, Ohio on the Red Hawk 22-yard line. They're starting to get the clock factored in here with 2:50 left here in the second quarter, but again, there's 3 timeouts for both teams remaining. Nobody's taken one yet. What's been a fairly quick moving first half of the game. Receiver on the right, receiver on the left. As Rourke here awaits the shotgun snap. He will get it, hand it off. McCormick trying to barrel his way up the middle. A second effort, gets his way inside the 15-yard line. He's brought down to about the 13. It'll be about a yard short, yard or 2 short for the first down. It'll be a 2nd and 1 coming up from the 14-yard line. He needs the 13 or so for a first down. McCormick there looked like he'd be stopped about a yard into the rush, then he barreled his way forward for more yardage. 2nd down and 2 for OU from the 14-yard line. They're moving with some pace. They're taking their time here on this play. 1 receiver right, 1 to the left. Shotgun snap here for Rourke. Pitches near side, rushing with room to the 10, and he's hit there as McCormick. Yeah, a couple Red Hawks come in and try to make the play. Number 3 got to him first for Miami in Nolan Johnson. You had help as well on the play from Michael Dowell. And it will be a 1st and goal from the 8-yard line there for OU. Plenty for the first down on the McCormick rush.
Little sweep option play there, and we've seen them try to fake that play 2 times, and finally they actually do it.
90 seconds to go in the second quarter. Get a whistle for a Red Hawk timeout. Chuck Martin will use his first one of the night. Also a media timeout here from Oxford.
I can't believe they saved one for this late in the quarter.
I don't mean either. Each team did. All right, Luke West Poley got a halftime report coming up. What can we expect on it?
Patrick, Red Hawk Radio halftime, full recap of our first half between Miami and OU. Look around, a couple games going on around the Mid-American Conference, some other midweek action as well. We'll preview tomorrow's matchups and take a look at the election results as well. That all coming up in just about 1:30 on the Red Hawk Radio halftime.
The polls have closed in this state for about an hour and 20 minutes. Many other things going on around the country today. So Luke will keep us updated here at the half. As 1:30 to go in this first half, Jack. 7-7 game. Each team is just not quite playing, I think, to their full potential so far. You could blame it on the weather. You could blame it on the weird timing of this game. You could blame it on a whole lot of things. But I think in terms of halftime adjustments, each team just got to find some more energy and just kind of go back to your old habits, because we've seen this Red Hawk team play a lot better this year on this field, even earlier on in the season, too.
Yeah, absolutely. And the one thing is, it kind of seems like Miami, or Ohio rather, is playing into Miami's game. If this was being played the way Ohio likes to play, usually it would probably be like 21-21 right now.
Yeah.
So the Red Hawk defense doing a pretty nice job slowing down that Ohio offense, and Miami just really needs to get the offense going. They had that one really great drive. It'd be nice to see them catch lightning in a bottle, be able to move that and do it a little more consistently in the second half.
Yep. We need a timeout here wrapping up. We got about a minute left in it.
What do you think about the gray jerseys, Patrick?
I hate them because I can't see the numbers.
Right, I forgot about that. I remember that from last year.
It's a cool look. It is a cool look, especially for games like this, but really hard to see. The dark gray uniform has the dark red numbers. And for our job to identify who's making the play, it's kind of hard to do it, but it is a good look.
It's a good look.
Yeah.
Personally, I feel like the Miami red versus the Ohio green is just such an iconic look. I would have rather see them wear the usual red jerseys personally, but these are sharp.
Ohio's uniform is pretty sharp. The white with the green, just a simple old-fashioned look.
They really are.
Yeah.
I really like those. And they look great against this brand new Miami turf stuffs out there too.
Yep. So we're wrapping up our media timeout to bring back in the national TV audience tonight on ESPN2. All right, team's back out on the field here with 90 seconds to go in the second quarter, first half of the game. All tied up at 7, and Ohio is threatening here to break the tie. They get a 1st and goal on the RedHawk 8-yard line. Out of our timeout, 2 receivers, 2 in the right, nobody out left. Rourke spreads his arms from the shotgun with a man behind him in the backfield. That's Bangura. 13 on the play clock. Play action, looking to throw. Rourke over the middle, too tall for the intended target and Wigless, but a flag comes out well after the ball got deflected off the APC down there to our left. The throw was well tall and it hit the APC in midair from the quarterback Rourke, who was standing about the 10-yard line. The big building behind the end zone the RedHawks locker room is in, and the indoor field.
No foul for pass interference.
No foul for pass interference, staying out. Wigless, I felt like he had a decent effort to get the throw, but it was just well over his head.
It's 2nd and goal from the 8.
Yeah, the Miami secondary players who were in the area looked really pretty much flabbergasted when they saw that flag fly.
I thought they were.
So probably a good choice to pick it up.
Yep. 3 receivers right. Nobody out left. 2nd and goal from the 8. Shotgun snap awaits Rourke. Bangura behind him in the backfield. Rourke spreads his arms. Makes the safe call again. 3 on the play clock. Gonna be a handoff here. Bangura, never mind, it was a play action. And Rourke held on to it. Bangura, the fake rusher, and Rourke was sacked all the way back to the 13-yard line.
Taken down by Brian Ogu.
Ogu made the sack for the RedHawks. Came out of the middle of nowhere, left side of the line to make the tackle on Rourke, who I thought handed off there in the play action to Bangura. He never did. And now you get a 3rd down to go for Ohio. They're all the way back in the 13-yard line, 15 on the play clock. The game clock is moving with 49 seconds left on that. You're in the second quarter of play. And with the play clock at 1, Ohio has not even lined up yet. They're going to call a timeout here. First timeout used by Ohio, just trying to take a breather here and talk things over. So some uncharacteristic things here on 1st and goal. You have Rourke throw the ball well over the end zone. And on 2nd and goal, a botched play action gets him sacked. And now OU's got a 3rd down at 13 coming up. Well, a 3rd and goal from the 13-yard line. Gonna find an answer here. Trying to break this tie before the halftime break.
Yeah, and if you're the Miami defense, I'm interested to see what they try to do here. If they try to drop a lot of guys back in coverage and really protect that end zone, or if they want to go for the sack, try and maybe knock Ohio back a little bit, make that field goal a little bit harder on the Ohio kicker. I guess we'll see how much Chuck Martin trusts his secondary here.
The receivers right, two to the left. Rourke from the shotgun awaits the snap. Man behind him in the backfield, Bangura. Play clock in the 18th. 3rd and goal from the 13-yard line for Ohio. 7-7 game, 38 seconds are left in the second quarter. Rourke spreads his arms, 7 on the play clock. He will hand off to Bangura. This time a real legit handoff, and Bangura is swallowed up by just about all 11 RedHawks inside the 10-yard line. They'll mark him down at about the 8. And RedHawk defensive coverage there, very tight to the line. It'll be a 4th down here, and goal from the 9-yard line for OU is just didn't quite find the room. There was Bangura on the rush. So discussion time for the Bobcats with 4 seconds to go in the second quarter. They're going to call a timeout, I think. So that's the second timeout that Ohio has used in this first half of the game. So they were really kind of indecisive there before snapping the ball on this 4th to go from the 8, whether to go for it or kick the field goal. You're looking at about a 25-yard field goal attempt here if you send Bobcats out. Or you could try to take this one in from the 8-yard line and increase the lead at the half in a 7-7 game.
It will be very interesting to see what they do here. Oh, looks like they sent the field goal unit out there.
Okay.
That would have been an interesting play call, though. I mean, if you score a touchdown here on 4th and 8 with 3 seconds left, that's a ridiculous momentum boost going into halftime.
So Bobcats is on from the left hash for a 25-yarder. He missed from 40 earlier on in the game. The snap is good, the kick is up, and that one will sink right through the left upright as Bobcats will give Ohio the lead going to the half. 10-7 to score as he knocks the 25-yarder through. Nathaniel Bobcats, the true freshman, by the way, from the Cleveland area, puts OU up by the score. Of course, 10-7 going to halftime break. 25-yarder right through the uprights. And there is your stance at halftime in the game. So overall, if you're a RedHawk fan, okay, you know the challenge of playing a good team in Ohio in this game. You know that you can play a little bit better in the second half, but I think at the end of the day, you got to be okay and pleased about where you are going into halftime, just down by 3, knowing that it was a field goal that put your team down by 3 very late in this first half.
Yeah, that's a good point, Patrick. I think that this is really a pretty good spot for these RedHawks to be. It kind of feels like just watching their offense, it hasn't felt really very complete. It kind of feels like they're just kind of jumbling plays together. It doesn't really feel like a complete game plan, a complete attack. So I think here with only a 3-point deficit, maybe a chance to go into the locker room and just make a few adjustments and maybe give Brett Gabbert a better chance to succeed out there in the third quarter against what is, according to yardage per game, the worst defense in the MAC.
Yeah, that is true. We'll see what brews up in the second half. You never know what's going to come in these MACtion games. 10-7, the halftime score, Ohio on top of Miami. Time for the halftime report, and we send it over to Luke Poley. Luke.
Patrick, thank you very much. Miami trailing Ohio at the break after a late field goal. 10-7 is our score here in the Battle of the Bricks from Yager Stadium. Luke Poley welcoming you into our Red Hawk Radio halftime report at the break with OU up 3. Take a look at how we got here between Miami and Ohio. Not a characteristic game by any means for the Bobcats to be up 3 at the break, but only put up 10 points, something they're not accustomed to this season. They got going pretty early on in this one, 5:46 in. It was a C.A. Bangura run from the Miami 1-yard line that punched it into the end zone for a touchdown that would give OU the lead. It would then add an extra point to make it 7-0 at just under 6 minutes in to the opening quarter. Miami would respond about 7 minutes later with a strike of their own on a drive that was extended prior to a 3rd and long. A reviewed targeting penalty during immediate timeout gave Miami a first down, ejected a free safety for the Bobcats. Brett Gabbert would then end that drive by hooking up with Mac Hippenhammer for a 5-yard touchdown. Dom Jobin's extra point attempt was knocked through, and Miami would knot the game up at 7. OU would drive down late in the half, and they would take the lead with a kick from Nathaniel Vakos from 25 yards out. He would knock it through to give the Bobcats the lead, but Miami's got to be very, very happy with how that last goal line stand went for the Red Hawk defense, as they were able to hold OU to just a field goal. Take a look at some of our team stats to this point. It's been a lot of offense for the Bobcats when you look at the statistics, but only up by 3 on the scoreboard. 12 first downs to Miami's 6. Miami is out rushing the Bobcats on less attempts. 11 rushes for Miami for 45 yards, 15 for the Bobcats for 19. The Bobcats struggling against the best run defense in the Mid-American Conference and 18th ranked run defense in the country, but passing has been the strength all year for Ohio, and they continued that trend with 207 passing yards in the first half off of 16 receptions for Miami, 7 receptions across the receiving corps for 68 yards. OU averaging nearly 13 yards per catch as a team. OU with nearly 6 yards per play. Miami pretty solid as well with 5, a pair of penalties, but largely disciplined in this rivalry game. Although it did get a little bit chippy, the flag stayed in the pockets for the most part. 2 penalties for 20 yards for Ohio and 2 for 25 for the RedHawks. Possession was dominated by the Bobcats in the opening 2 quarters. 19:55 of the 30 minutes played through 2 quarters. The Ohio Bobcats had possession to Miami's just 10:05. An area where Miami has really struggled is on 3rd down. The RedHawks are 0 for 4 with Ohio going 3 for 8. And of course, on this final drive, Ohio converted their only attempt on 4th down. Take a look at some individual stats for the Bobcats. The leading rusher with 16 yards, C.A. Bangura. In second place would be Nolan McCormick. He had 3 rushes for 14 yards, and Bangura also had the OU touchdown in that first half. Curtis Rourke, 16 for 23 for 206 yards. Long was a 49-yard play. Got sacked a single time in the opening half. James Bostic, leading receiver for the Bobcats in half number 1. 5 receptions, 83 yards, 35 yards after catch for Bostic. Sam Wiglas, who was really, really good last week for Ohio with just 11 yards off 3 catches. He had 5 targets in the first half, only 9 yards to show for it. A gain of 12 yards, but a net of 9 overall for Sam Wiglas. Miles Cross had 2 receptions for 62 yards, including the big 49-yarder. That was the longest reception of half number 1 for Ohio. On the Miami side of things, leading rusher was Tyree Shelton, 3 attempts for 16 yards. Kevin Davis had the nice 15-yard rush on the end-around play to the far side of the field. That netted him 15. That was his only rush of the first half. Jalen Walker got 1 attempt on the end-around as well, picked up 10 yards. Keon Mosley, 9 yards off 4 rushes for Miami. Brett Gabbert, 7 for 11 in the first half for 68 yards and a touchdown. Took 1 sack. Leading receiver for Miami was Mac Hippenhammer, targeted 5 times, had 4 catches for 46 yards. Had the Miami touchdown that came from 5 yards out and a big 23-yard catch. Miles Marshall was also an impact receiving in the first half for Miami. He had an 18-yard grab for the RedHawks, and that was his only catch in half number 1. 10-7 is our score. We'll break this one down further when we return as the Red Hawk Radio halftime show rolls along here from Yager Stadium. The Battle of the Bricks here on a Tuesday night in Oxford, and this is Miami football on Red Hawk Radio. Back here at Yager Stadium, Miami and OU in the Battle of the Bricks here on a Tuesday night. Some midweek MACtion for you here from Oxford. Luke West Poley. I'll be joined by Jack Schmelzinger momentarily to break down the opening half of play with OU on top 10-7. Take a look around the Mid-American Conference with 2 games going on tonight outside of this one. From Akron, Eastern Michigan leading at the halftime break over the Zips, 24-14 the score in that one. Ball State and Toledo in the game of the night on ESPN, deadlocked at 7. That game started at 8 p.m., so a little behind, 12:18 to go in the second quarter, with Toledo set to punt from their own 11-yard line. Back to Ball State. 3 games going on tomorrow. Northern Illinois taking on Western Michigan, Buffalo taking on Central Michigan, and Kent State taking on Bowling Green. Some eyes on that for the RedHawks. We thought they were eliminated from MAC contention in terms of the MAC East Championship. Upon some research and deliberation, it is not mathematically impossible yet. RedHawks would need a perfect storm, but it is still possible, and we could go over that post-game should we get there, but Miami is, of course, going to need to win this one for that to happen. College basketball going on as well. Some good games in that. East Carolina on top of Mercer, 73-69. South Carolina State giving the Gamecocks of South Carolina a good run right now, 77-71. South Carolina on top. Coppin State leading Georgetown 28-26. That game in the first half. Albany defeats Immaculata 74-47. Providence survives a scare from Rider in the defending Big East regular season champs' first game of the season. Friars win that one 66-65. Purdue handles Milwaukee 84-53. Sacred Heart knocks off Hartford. Detroit Mercy knocks off Rochester Institute of Technology, and Duquesne defeats Montana by a 91-63 score. At 10 p.m. on the West Coast, San Jose State hosts Georgia Southern, and that is the full college basketball slate. 200 games yesterday, not as many today, but still a lot of fun to be had with some college hoops going on around the country. They should be going on every day for the next few months or so, and that, of course, is very exciting. Back here to the gridiron, we welcome in at Jack Schmelzinger. Jack, Miami down at the half, 10-7. But overall, got to be pretty happy with how the defense played in that first half. It was bend but don't break at times. The RedHawks let Ohio get into their territory on a number of occasions. Somehow, they let this prolific offense only score 10 points in that opening quarter. They're going to have to head right back out, though, to come out of this break. Ohio's going to get the kick and a chance to go up 2 possessions. This is a big possession for the Miami defense coming out of the locker.
Yeah, Luke, and I don't know about you, but it didn't really feel to me like Miami's defense had all that great of a showing.
Yeah.
There were a lot of chunk plays, and I guess they just were able to keep Ohio out of the end zone. So we'll see how this Ohio Bobcats offense, like Patrick said earlier in the game, absolutely a lethal offensive attack. We'll see what they were able to do in the halftime break as far as adjustments, and thankfully Miami had a chance to make some adjustments too. So I think we're maybe going to see a little bit more offense in the second half of this one.
Absolutely, and one big thing for that Miami defense that they've struggled with, Ohio 3 for 8 on third down, which as a defense is a solid mark to have, but you look at those 3 scenarios in which they let Ohio convert, they were all third and longs. It's been an issue at times when they found Ohio in those longer scenarios to keep that passing attack at bay and get your defense off the field.
Yeah, and if you're Miami, those are just really kind of disheartening plays, big momentum shifters. You do everything right on a drive and you get the opponent to third and long, and then you're not able to convert. It's really, really tough to get back there, back out, lined up for first down again after you do that. So RedHawks definitely going to look to do a little bit better on third down here in the second half. And you kind of think that when things like that happen, it's kind of just a luck thing. At sometimes, you know, it's not like Miami is going to keep giving up third and longs. It's at some point you expect that they have to get a stop in that situation.
Absolutely. 3 for 8 again is a solid mark, but Miami on the flip side, talk about the offense, 0 for 4 on third down. They were doubled up in first downs, only had 6 in that opening half. Their touchdown drive, they looked good offensively, but it was really helped out by a targeting call that negated what would have been a third and long, brought the RedHawks well into Ohio territory, and they were doubled up exactly. 226 yards for the Bobcats on offense, 100 13 for Miami. We still quite haven't seen Brett Gabbert really unload as much as we've been used to in years past. Second half against OU last year, we really saw him do some great things, and we really saw the coaching staff truly give him free rein to do what he wanted. Is that something that you maybe expect to see more of here in the second half this year?
That's a good point, Luke. I didn't really think about that, but it would be, kind of poetic almost, kind of fitting for something like that to happen. I really wish that I could explain what's been going on with Brett Gabbert these last couple of games, but I just don't get it. It seems like they really don't trust him like they trusted him last year. You have to wonder if maybe he's just kind of still not quite 100% healthy, but then again, the injury was to his non-throwing shoulder, so you wouldn't really think he'd be feeling too much lingering effects, especially as far as throwing the ball goes now that he's back down the field. So I would really like to see something like you just described. Let Gabbert go. He really is probably your best player, and I think that he's earned that right.
Absolutely. It's been regular over the past couple of years that we've seen Brett Gabbert in that starting role, to see him throw the ball 40, maybe even 50 times in a game, and that just has not been the case since he has come back. We thought maybe it was because they were easing him back in, but you got the bye week, and now it really feels like if he's ever going to come back 100% this season, it probably is going to start now, and it's just really, after that first half, has not seemed like Brett Gabbert has been given full rein to do what he wanted. Well, overall, it's been solid, but, like you mentioned it on the defensive side, but I think it passes for the offensive side as well. You didn't play great, and you still find yourselves in a game against a really good football team. Again, you're going to have to go out and get a stop here to start this second half, but overall, is there some sort of positive momentum that you can channel out of that first half? Maybe it wasn't the highest energy, but you look up on the scoreboard, you're only down one possession. You could potentially take the lead in a matter of minutes coming out of the locker room.
Yeah, I think that's a good point, and I wouldn't be surprised if that's kind of the message that Chuck Martin was sending in his locker room. We really didn't play well in that first half, but we're still in it, and that's a great opportunity for this Red Hawk team, and I would really like to see them come out just maybe a little bit more of a sense of urgency here in the second half. Not that they weren't playing hard in the first, but it just, at times it just didn't seem like the sense of urgency was quite always there.
Yeah, absolutely. The sense of urgency, like you said, seemed to be a little bit lacking. Well, we talked about Brett Gabbert maybe getting the training wheels taken off him. We're not sure if that's going to happen or not, but regardless, it was a Miami offense that struggled to sustainably move the ball on drives. It was kind of a consistent 3-and-out, or maybe pick up one first down and then punt. This feels like a game where you're not going to get that 70, 80-yard reception that's going to just bust the game wide open. How does Miami find that way to march down the field when they really just have not had that type of energy on offense so far tonight?
Yeah, it's really a great question, and so far in this game, it's really seemed like Miami's been trying to put an emphasis on establishing the run game, especially back in the first quarter, but at some point, the run game might just not be there today. So I think that if Miami wants to march down the field, I think they're just going to have to hope to rely on Brett Gabbert. That's really the best thing that I see here going into the second half. Obviously, I'm not down on that sideline. I don't know nearly as much about the game of football as anyone who's getting paid to coach this game, but as far as I can see, that's really the best option for these Redhawks, this Red Hawk offense.
Yeah, 45 yards on the ground off 11 attempts, which at face value looks solid, but then you look at where those came from. 25 of those yards came off just 2 carries, one from one from Kevin Davis, I apologize, and one from Jalen Walker. Keon Mosey is a guy that really started off this season hot, the Kansas State transfer. He was here last year. He played pretty well, but we really thought he was going to be the guy after the first couple games. He had a really solid performance. Into MAC play, the whole offense has kind of struggled, to be fair, but it's almost seemed like Mosey has lost that number one role a bit. Just 9 yards in the first half. He's a guy that Miami has really got to get going here in half number 2, because he's been synonymous with their success this season.
Absolutely. I mean, the biggest moment of this season by far was the victory over Northwestern, obviously, and that was really, Keon Mosey put the team on his back, and the offense on his back in that game, especially for that second touchdown. So it's just weird to see, like you said, he was able to have such an incredible game against a Big Ten team that recruits really good athletes from all around the country. But when we coming to MAC play, he just hasn't really been the same player. I don't really understand that one either.
So Keon Mosley with only 9 yards. Miami, though, finds themselves in a game. Not awful by any means. They've been in worse positions at the half on a number of occasions this year. All right, it's almost time for half number 2, just about a minute away from opening kick. Miami will kick back to OU to begin the second half of the battle for the bricks. Here's Patrick and Jack with the call.
So the Miami-Cincinnati rivalry is the battle for the victory bell, and they, get a bell and take it with them. The bell lives in Cincinnati, or at least has the last 20 years. How do you win the battle of the bricks? What's the prize? You switch a brick?
I mean, that kind of seems like the logical explanation. Yeah.
I was going to say on the bus ride home, if Ohio was to win, they would steal one off of High Street.
You know what?
Good luck.
That's probably.
Good luck.
That's my personal take.
All right.
I'll save it for the post game.
Just my shower thought of the day there that I brought with me. All right, so we start the third quarter, 10-7 lead for Ohio over Miami. RedHawks could really use a win to stay bowl eligible. Ohio could really use a win. They're right now in a three-way tie for the lead in the MAC East Division with Bowling Green and Buffalo with a 4-1 MAC record. Each team could really use this game. Again, RedHawks kick off to start the second half. Ohio won the toss. They elected to defer. So Graham Nicholson will raise the right arm and send it away with his right foot from his own 35-yard line. A forceful kick that is caught and will be returned from Ohio's Jacoby Jones inside his own end zone. They go up the far side of the field and get out of bounds at about the 24-yard line, 25-yard line. That's where the drive begins for OU. First down at 10 up the far side of the field. Looks like officially on the 24-yard line. Here is where it all goes down for OU.
Patrick, if you're Miami here, the one thing that you don't want to see is Curtis Rourke and these Ohio Bobcats just march right down the field.
Yeah.
You know that they had time in halftime to make a lot of adjustments. You just hope that they weren't able to find the formula on the RedHawks.
Right. So here we go. Rourke from the shotgun. Two receivers left, 1 to the right. Rourke gets the shotgun stop, play action, looking to throw it down the field. That'll be a broken up pass intended for Wiggless. RedHawk got their hands in there to break it up. I believe that was Caldwell, and it was who broke it up, knocked his hand in there before Wiggless even had a chance. And a 2nd and 10 on the incomplete pass for OU from their own 24-yard line coming up. .48 to go here in this third quarter. Two receivers left, nobody out right. Hand off here up the middle. That'll be a rush for the top guy on the ground for OU, and Sia Bangura, who has a touchdown tonight, the only Ohio touchdown on the ground, gets a gain of about 5 yards. After being brought down by a couple of RedHawks, and it will be a 3rd down and 4 coming up for Ohio. In the middle of the field from the 30-yard line, shotgun snap to Rourke, looking to throw over the middle. There's a catch that'll save the drive for a gain of 10 out to the 40-yard line. Miles Cross. And the sophomore from Maryland will get OU. The drive continues to the 41-yard line, 1st and 10, nearly a minute into this third quarter.
And that was pretty good coverage there from the RedHawks.
It was.
Curtis Rourke really had to fit that one in there to Miles Cross, and Miami playing a pretty tight zone, just Cross able to find an inch of daylight.
Yep. Two receivers left, 2 to the right. Rourke awaits the shotgun snap. Man who's right in the backfield there is Bangura. Rourke gets the shotgun snap, hands it off. Bangura, slow trot to the near side of the rush, and he will be wrapped up by Salopek. Help there from Austin Ertl, too. It'll be a gain of about 4 yards to the near side of the field to the 44-yard line, and a 2nd down and 7 upcoming for Ohio. Two receivers right, 1 to the left for Rourke. Play clock reads 20 as he goes to the shotgun. Bangura to his right in the backfield. Rourke standing near his own 35, hands it off. Bangura near side, drives his way through the pile. I think he's got enough for a first down, or no, maybe about a yard short. Got his way to the 50-yard line. He needed the Red Hawk 49 for the first down. It'll be a 3rd and 1 coming up. As Bangura just not quite enough. He's going to come out on this play. McCormick is in as the new back for OU. 3rd and 1. They already converted that 3rd and longer earlier on in the drive.
Patrick, we mentioned during halftime that the Redhawks gave up a few 3rd and longs. It would be nice for them to be able to make a stop on 3rd and 1 here.
Yes. 2 receivers right, 1 to the left. Rourke hands it off. McCormick has plenty as he barrels his way forward through the line. He got down to the 48-yard line of Miami. That's where forward progress took him. And it'll be a 1st and 10. Good rush there from the Bobcat rusher to the 48. McCormick has had some good stuff tonight. It's mostly been Bangura on the ground that's done a lot of the legwork for Ohio this season, but all of a sudden McCormick has come into this game and they've kind of been a 1-2 punch. 2 receivers to the right, 1 to the left on 1st and 10 for Ohio from the 48-yard line. Spreading his arms across to make the safe call is the quarterback Rourke. Man who's right in the backfield, gets the handoff. That's McCormick, who sidesteps one defender. That was Ertl, and then drove his way forward to be tackled by McWood for what will be a gain of 2 and a 2nd and 8 coming up for Ohio to the 46-yard line of Miami. And no huddle for the Bobcats. Set up immediately here pretty much. 2 receivers right, 1 to the left. Shotgun snap here for Rourke. Spreads his arms again. 11 on the play clock. Gets the snap. Hands it off. McCormick drives his way up the right hash of the field. He's got enough for a new first down to the 36-yard line of Miami. That's a decent gain of about 10. Salopek made the tackle. Is McCormick there had a nice hole open up for him, and all of a sudden Ohio deeper into Miami territory. 1st and 10 from the 36. 10:40 left in the 3rd. 2 receivers right, 1 to the left. Shotgun snap here for Rourke. We'll clap once and wait. Park some more orders, spread his arms. Man to his left in the backfield, McCormick. Play clock at 9. Shotgun snap to Rourke. Hands it off McCormick up the middle. The ball maybe came out, but he regained control of it. And a gain there of about 3 yards in the rush. Swallowed up by about 3 Redhawks, and it will be a 2nd and 5 coming up for OU. Couple Redhawks coming off the bench for this next defensive play. John Saunders Jr. is one of them. Rourke shotgun snap, 2 receivers right on 2nd and 5 from the 31-yard line. One of them a man in motion, handoff to the back in the backfield. That is Bangura, who will drive his way to the 21-yard line where he's brought down by Saunders. Good job by Bangura, a little fake action there. He had a man in motion, far side to near side. The handoff went to the man in the backfield in the pistol formation. That was Bangura, who drove his way forward on a fooled Red Hawk defense. Enough for the first down, and it's 1st and 10 to the 21-yard line for OU of Miami. 2 receivers left, 1 to the right. Shotgun snap here for Rourke. He will hand it off, and not much there for the rusher that time of the handoff. Maybe a gain of 1 if that for Bangura, who was tripped up immediately by Salopek near the line. 2nd and 9 coming up from the 20 for Ohio and Miami territory.
Patrick, this year and most of this game so far, Miami has been really strong against the rush on defense, and this drive they've really kind of been getting diced up. It's kind of something we aren't really used to seeing, and if Ohio's able to get the run game going, I'm pretty scared for what they could do in the pass game.
Yep. Receiver on either side. Here is Rourke spreading his arms again. Moving his way far side of the field. He will just keep it here on 2nd down and 9. Crashes his way far side near the marker. I think he'll be about a yard short of it. on just a simple keep there, and we will have a third and about 2 coming up, they'll say officially. Jacquez Warren slammed out Rourke out of bounds on the far side. Initially what was going to be a pass play, but no options down the field, and Rourke just decided to keep it, had a decent amount of room up the far side. You got a third and 2 coming up for OU on the Red Hawk 13-yard line. 2 receivers left, 2 to the right. Rourke's got a man behind him in the backfield. That is Bangura. 6 on the play clock. Bangura moves to Rourke's right. 3 on the play clock. Shotgun snap to Rourke. Looking to throw. Gets it over to Bangura, who's got it to the 10, the 5. Bangura into the end zone. Touchdown, Ohio. A defensive breakdown from the RedHawks, who were not expecting Bangura to get the pass out of the backfield. He converts it for the TD, and OU with another TD added to the total today makes it 16-7. They lead it with 7:35 to go in the third. Bangura, a touchdown on the ground, though a touchdown through the air today.
A little bit frustrating there if you're the RedHawks to let that one get in, and it looked to me like the referees missed a pretty blatant holding call there over on the right side of the field that allowed the rusher to get into the end zone.
Yeah, something Chuck Martin is pretty livid about on the sideline as Vacos knocks the PAT right through the uprights. And with 7:35 to go in quarter number 3, the Ohio Bobcats 17, the Miami RedHawks 7. You talked about it, Jack, kind of at the beginning of that drive. You said for the RedHawks' sake, don't let Ohio just go all the way down quickly on that drive and get a score. Well, they didn't go down quickly. They took their time and had a slow, grind-you-out kind of drive, but at the end of the day, it still results in 7 points. And RedHawk defense that kind of had a lot of miscues down the field as well.
Yeah, that's right. And if you're Miami's offense right now, I mean, first of all, you want to have a good long drive because your defense just was on the field for almost half a quarter, but you really feel like you need to answer here because it kind of seems after that drive, it was just so meticulous, so consistent for Ohio. It does really kind of seem like maybe they've got a little bit of that Miami formula. So if you're Miami, you really got to play catch up now, and you can't afford to let too many more drives go to waste.
That you cannot, as we're in a media timeout here from Oxford. Take a quick step away back to Yager Stadium in just a moment. This is Miami football on Red Hawk Radio. .35 to go here in the third quarter. Ohio about to kick off after the drive that produced the touchdown from C. Bangura. It was produced both Ohio touchdowns tonight and put the Bobcats up 17-7 in this game. Patrick Geshan, Jack Schmelzinger, Luke West, Poley with you from Yager Stadium tonight. Kickoff from the place kicker's right foot of Tristan Vandenberg for Ohio will drop out the back of the RedHawk end zone, and it will be 1st and 10 from the 25-yard line for the RedHawks to start this next drive with 7:35 to go in quarter number 3. I'll tell you what, the student section retention rate is not bad after the halftime.
Yeah, it's seriously impressive. I mean, I feel like, I don't know if we've seen something like this even for a Saturday afternoon game. I mean, it's Tuesday night. People have school tomorrow, and they're still sticking it out.
They're not trying to beat a clock on Saturday afternoon.
Yeah, I guess that might be a little more important than school around here anyway. That's a good point.
That's the big deal on Saturday. You got to beat the clock. Here is Gabbard to throw near side of the 20, up the near side of the field. Knocked out of bounds as the receiver, Kevin Davis, just past the 30. That'll be a gain of 5 yards. Shoved out of bounds there by Ohio's number 17 in white. That was Sanders. That'll be a 2nd and 5 coming up for the RedHawks. Ball on their own 30-yard line.
Another nice little manageable 2nd down for the RedHawks. Maybe see some play action or a nice long, deep pass downfield.
Yep. In the hands of Gabbard, throws near side, wide open is Jalen Walker with a catch at the 40-yard line of Ohio, and he's swallowed up there by 4 Bobcats. In the Bobcat territory go the RedHawks on a defensive lapse, and a rare one tonight for OU. Walker wide open down the near sideline, and he brings it in for the catch. RedHawks down to the OU 37-yard line here with 6:40 to go in the 3rd quarter.
It really was a defensive breakdown for the Bobcats. Like you said, I mean, how did Jalen Walker get that wide open, like 20 yards downfield? And nice thing about Brett Gabbert, when somebody's wide open, you know he's going to hit them.
Oh, yeah. 2 receivers left, nobody on right. Play action, Gabbard looking to throw. Home run to the end zone. It is caught. Mac Hippenhammer brought it in. Touchdown, RedHawks. A 37-yard strike from Brett Gabbert. Hippenhammer escaped the coverage and grabbed it in the back of the end zone. He got a foot in bounds. And with 6:18 to go in the 3rd quarter, Ohio 17, Miami 13 with a PAT coming on from Nicholson.
I mean, Patrick, were the coaches listening to our halftime show, or honestly, maybe it was just so obvious, the answer to trust Brett Gabbert, they just figured it out themselves.
It is good, the PAT from Graham Nicholson. 2nd TD catch of the night for Mac Hippenhammer. And it makes it a 3-point game just like that in a RedHawk drive that was very, very short. And produces the TD and the PAT to make it Ohio 17, Miami 14. With again 6 minutes, 18 seconds to go in quarter number 3. And Mac Hippenhammer has been the guy tonight for Miami in clutch scoring plays.
He really has. And Patrick, one interesting thing, Luke mentioned it during the break. You were elsewhere, but Luke said that, or reminded me that last year, Brett Gabbert, he had a pretty rough first half. The RedHawks had a rough first half against Ohio, and then they exploded for 5 touchdowns in the second. Maybe we'll see something similar happen here in Oxford. And I said it earlier in the broadcast, I'll say it again, it would be really fun to watch a shootout between Brett Gabbert and Curtis Work here tonight.
I think you're going to get it on a RedHawk drive that goes 3 plays, 75 yards, lasts 1:17, and produces the touchdown there. Mac Hippenhammer with a 37-yard reception. Quick media timeout. Ohio 17, Miami 14, 6:18 to go, quarter number 3. Back to Yager Stadium just a moment. Miami football on RedHawk Radio. 6:18 to go in the third. Graham Nicholson will kick it off with his right foot back to the Bobcats. We'll move from right to left here in this third quarter. Jacoby Jones on the return for Ohio. Gets the ball out to about the 28-yard line. A decent return on a shorter kick by Nicholson. Jones kind of grabbed it at the 10-yard line, and they'll officially mark him down at the 27 of Ohio as he drove his way up the middle. So it'll be a first down and 10 with 6:12 to go in quarter number 3. An Ohio drive that will try to answer the last Red Hawk drive that produced the McKippen-Hammer touchdown. 3 plays, 75 yards for a minute and 12 seconds. That was finished off by the 37-yard strike by Brett Gabbert to McKippen-Hammer. Receiver on either side for Rourke, claps twice. He will hand it off up the middle. This is McCormick, who stretches his way to the 30. Brought down by a couple of Red Hawks there from behind. Mostly the work of the Red Hawk on defense there in McKee, I believe, who made the tackle, and it will be a 2nd and 7 coming up for Ohio. 5:50 to go in the third quarter. They move quickly, throw near side. There's a catch. Miles Cross across the 50-yard line for OU with a catch, and he's shoved out of bounds by McWood at the 48-yard line of Miami. So they go into a huddle there. They quickly throw it to the near side where Cross was open. Red Hawk defenders there kind of get caught off guard. And OU all of a sudden in Red Hawk territory to the 48-yard line on a decent gain there of about 20 yards. 2 receivers to the right, 1 to the left. 15 on the play clock. Here is Rourke. Man to his left, the backfield. Rourke stepping back, looking to throw. Floats one near side of the field over the head of the intended target in Cross. No flags in the play as Cross and his defender, Jacquez Warren, beat badly there, but it was just overthrown. He was well in front of Warren. 2nd and 10 coming up from the Red Hawk 48 for Ohio.
Yeah, really good break. Lucky break there for the Red Hawks. We really haven't seen Rourke make many bad throws today or all season, so got lucky there that Bobcats weren't able to complete a chunk play.
5:10 to go, third quarter. 2 receivers out to the right, 2 to the left for Ohio. Shotgun snap awaits Curtis Rourke. And who's right in the backfield of McCormick. Rourke back to throw. Quick strike near side. There's a catch for Jones, who steps away from the defender. And Jones, 15, 10, 5, touchdown Ohio. He turned on the Jets and got through all the gray uniforms with the middle of the field opening wide open for Jones to walk through it. And with 4:59 to go in the third, all of a sudden, Ohio 23, Miami 14 with a PAT try coming on. I tell you what, Jones had something there in his shoes, I swear. He just turned on the Jets, got through the wide open middle of the field after making the grab on the near side of the 30-yard line in Miami territory, and made his way pretty much untouched to the end zone as the PAT knocked right through by Bekos. And it comes out of the middle of nowhere. Ohio takes the lead even bigger at 24-14 with 4:59 to go in quarter number 3.
And really, you mentioned it, just an impressive move from that Ohio receiver there. I don't really know. He just kind of made a head fake and cut over. He had one man to beat, and that man was beat very soundly by that move. And well, I guess that's it's going to make it so that we might have to see a shootout here between Gabbert and Rourke.
Yep. That's what it's going to take for the Red Hawks to try to get something out of this game. 4:59 to go in the third quarter. Ohio 24, Miami 14 the score, as we see another quick kind of play that generates some scoring for the Bobcats here in this game. Luke, what's going on in the election front tonight? And give us an update on the out-of-town scoreboards. We're in a media timeout right now on the other games going on in the beautiful country of the Mid-American Conference.
So nothing unexpected. Patrick, Mike DeWine wins the gubernatorial election. Warren Davidson with a commanding lead in the 8th district. And the Talawanda tax levy is not getting passed. So in the world of politics, in the world of MAC football. Eastern Michigan still holding on to that 24-14 lead from halftime. 2:30 to go in the third in that one from Akron. Toledo and Ball State knotted up at 14 apiece. Toledo is driving. They have it on the Ball State 35, facing a 3rd and 15 with under a minute to play in the second quarter. That game has major MAC West implications, with Toledo standing in first and the Ball State Cardinals, Miami's final opponent of the regular season. That'll come in a couple of weeks here at Yager Stadium, sitting tied for second at 3-2. So those teams, that's, the winner of that game is probably going to win the MAC West.
All right.
The 3 games going on tomorrow. We're getting a little ahead of ourselves here, but Patrick, I have done some calculating, and there is technically still a way, I told Jack, for Miami to actually make the MAC championship this year with a lot of help, and it would be to win out. And actually, because Buffalo and Bowling Green have already played each other, Buffalo, OU, and Bowling Green all with 1 loss apiece. So if Miami was to win out and Buffalo and Bowling Green were to lose out, then you would also need Ohio over their last 2 games. One of them they would need to lose. The other would be against Bowling Green. If they were to win that game, in addition with Bowling Green losing out and Buffalo losing out, and Miami was to win all their games for the remainder of the season, the RedHawks would end up somehow, some way, in a tie for first in the MAC East with Ohio, and they would have the tiebreaker in that scenario, which would send them to Detroit. I am floored by that. I thought they were eliminated from MAC contention probably 2 games ago, but still in the books. All very unlikely, but you never know what can happen in MAC football.
So you're telling me there's a chance?
There's a chance.
You're telling me there's a chance?
There's a chance.
All right. Keep the hope up.
There is a full moon tonight, and crazier things have happened. You think? I don't know.
Yep.
That is a pretty crazy thing, but...
No, there's crazy. I talked to a family friend who's an EMT at the Oxford Fire Department. He told me there's crazy things going on around this area. So the full moon is in full effect, and hopefully it will positively impact the RedHawk fans' hopes for a MAC title this year, as the full moon stares ominously down on us here at Yager Stadium tonight. Kick from right to left off the right foot of Vandenberg for Ohio. Will drop out the back of the RedHawk end zone with 4:59 to go in the third quarter. RedHawks get a new drive started, 1st and 10 on their own 25-yard line. Down by 10 points, 24-14 over the Bobcats of Ohio University. Second to last home game for the RedHawks this year. They will travel next week to play MACtion in DeKalb at Northern Illinois. That'll be a Wednesday game, and then Tuesday, November 22nd, 2 weeks from tonight, back home against Ball State. So Gabbert, 1st and 10, his own 25-yard line, hands it off. This is Mosey, who's up the middle. Out past the 45-yard line, he gets brought down to the 47. The Bobcat back in coverage. That was Drake.
Well, that's 3 straight chunk plays going back to last drive for the RedHawks, so it may be looking like some of those halftime adjustments working pretty well for them as well.
Yep. Ball on the 46-yard line. Officially, they mark him down. Really good rush there for the gain of 21 yards. Off the legs of Keon Mosey. 2 receivers right, 1 to the left. Shotgun snap here for Gabbert. Man in motion comes across. That is Jalen Walker. Reverses direction. Gabbert hands it off, and you read that beautifully. Mosey brought down for a huge loss. You had Walker coming through the backfield, far side and near side. Gabbert handed off to the man behind him in the backfield, and Mosey was wrapped up there after the gain, after really no gain at all in the rush. It's a loss of 3 on the play for the RedHawks. Drives them back to their own 43-yard line, and a 2nd and 13 from there coming up. 2 receivers right, 1 to the left. Gabbert, man to his left to the backfield, claps twice, shotgun snap. Brett looking to throw, in some trouble, rolls near side, flies off a pass. That'll be incomplete. Flag comes out though, as it was several yards behind the intended target. Miles Marshall, who was contacted vehemently by Tariq Drake moving down the field, and they will give the call here. Flag came out right after the pass hit the turf. Pass interference is the call against Ohio's number 39, actually. And that will go up against Mecca Ryder, the cornerback.
Just not a great play there at all from Mecca Ryder. That ball was not catchable at all. RedHawk receiver was 2 or 3 yards in front of it even when it hit the ground, so there was no chance, regardless of what Ryder did, for that to result in the catch. 15
free yards puts him up to the 38-yard line of Ohio. Handoff Gabbert out of the backfield, brought down for a loss of one. Tyree Shelton just got swallowed up by everybody at the line there. It'll be a second down at 11 coming up as he lost a yard on the play. 3:12 to go, third quarter, and the RedHawks trail by 10 points to the Bobcats from Ohio. Second down and 11 is coming up. One receiver out right, 2 receivers to the left. Shotgun snap here for Gabbert, claps twice, walks his way back, looking to throw, pocket collapses, gets a pass away, and it was a little high but caught inside the 40-yard line by Marshall. You know, mark him down at the 37-yard line. It'll be a third and manageable coming up for the RedHawks. Good grab there by Marshall. Gabbert threw it off the back foot to the near side of the field near the numbers. Brought in by Marshall on kind of a high off-balance throw. 3rd and 5 coming up.
Yeah, like you said, really, really nice catch there from Miles Marshall, a 6'4" Indiana transfer, showing that he just has really strong hands.
Yep. 2:15 to go here in this third quarter of play. 2 receivers left, 1 to the right. Empty backfield here for Gabbert. OU will rush 5 players. Shotgun snap, Gabbert's hands, looking to throw, far side, home run toward the end zone, incomplete. About 2 feet left of the pass was the intended target. And Mac Hippenhammer just a little bit uncoordinated there in terms of placing himself where the ball was going to go. He was in some double coverage too, and with 1:59 to go in the third quarter, 4th and 5 for the RedHawks on the Ohio 37-yard line. They're down by 10 here in this game, and the RedHawks are going to go for it. Here we go, 2 receivers left, 1 to the right, empty backfield for Gabbert. OU going to rush about 6 or 7 players, looks like 7. Play clock down to 6, Gabbert looking around a little bit nervously. Play clock to 3, play clock to 2, shotgun snap, Gabbert gets it, throw near side, Hippenhammer. He's going to try to drive his way through the numbers, but he's knocked short. Knocked about a yard short. Now the first down was Hippenhammer on a great play to tackle him by Thompson, who came off the line to the near side to swallow him up. And with 1:52 to go in quarter number 3, Ohio gets the ball back. RedHawks turn it over on downs. It'll be 1st and 10 for the Bobcats on their own 33-yard line.
Patrick, I've been a little bit confused with the play calling for Miami at a few different times tonight, but right there on 3rd down, the long pass down the left sideline, not a very high percentage play. You only need 5 yards, and then after that, the screen. I mean, maybe they thought it would work, but it looks bad when you try to throw a screen on 4th down in medium and it doesn't end up working.
Yeah. I think Gabbert threw the screen because he had so much pressure coming his way, had to get rid of it quickly. A handoff here on 1st and 10 for Ohio. Moving to the far side of the field is their rusher and Miles Cross. Salopek tackles him for no gain on the play through the far side. It'll be a 2nd and 10 with the ball on the 33-yard line here for Ohio. 24-14 the score, down to 90 seconds to go in this third quarter of play for OU. As you got 2 receivers left, 1 to the right for a shotgun stop awaiting Curtis Rourke. Shotgun snap to Rourke, walks his way back 25, throws near side. There's a catch made by Cross, who's wrapped up out of bounds. About a yard shy of the first down. There to wrap him up was Kimpson. It'll be a 3rd down and 1 coming up for Ohio. The ball on their own 42-yard line here in this third quarter. Big 3rd down is coming up. Two receivers right, 1 to the left here for a shotgun snap awaiting Curtis Rourke. with a man behind him in the backfield. Rourke hands it off to that man. That is Bangura, who will bang his way forward for the first down out past the 45-yard line of Ohio to about the 47, where he gets swallowed up by everybody there, the whole pile of players at the line. 26 seconds to go in the third. The drive continues for Ohio as Bangura gets his way to the OU 47-yard line. It'll be a 1st and 10 from there for the Bobcats. Two receivers out to the right, one to the left. 8 to go in this third quarter. Play clock never even started. I think Ohio content to just take this one to the break. That they will. 24-14. Bobcats over the RedHawks. And it will take a fourth quarter shootout for this Miami team to do something here tonight.
Yeah, and they're going to have to get a stop at some point, too. So far in the second half, they have really had no luck slowing down this Ohio offense. So definitely going to need some complimentary football here in the fourth quarter. They dug themselves a hole, and they're going to have to dig themselves out of it.
So what it's going to take as we go to the fourth quarter in just moments here on Red Hawk Radio. Back in a moment to Yager Stadium, 24-14. Ohio leads it, and this is Miami football on Red Hawk Radio.
Fourth quarter beginning momentarily here at Yager Stadium with Ohio leading Miami 24-14 in Mid-American Conference play. Eastern Michigan has tacked on a touchdown over Akron, 31-14 Eagles over Zips. Ball State Toledo has reached halftime with the Cardinals holding off a late drive by Toledo to keep them off the scoreboard despite driving well into Ball State territory. That game deadlocked 14-14 at half. Full week of events here on Red Hawk Radio. We had two games yesterday with the Miami women's basketball team taking on Xavier in their season opener, and the Miami men taking on Evansville. Both those teams will be in action on Red Hawk Radio later this week. And I'll start off with a 10:15 a.m. start on Friday as the Miami women will have the annual Class at the Court game, an Oxford Classic, and they will take on the Vermont Catamounts. And on Friday night, Miami hockey will begin their weekend series as they look for their first NCHC win as the Colorado College Tigers are in town. That game will start at 7:05. On Saturday, another doubleheader here on Red Hawk Radio at 1 o'clock. Miami basketball, the men hosting the Geshan Maple Leafs, and on Saturday night, the nightcap at 5:05 p.m. will be round two between Miami and Colorado College. Patrick and Jack back in for quarter number 4. Miami's going to need some points. They want to knock off Ohio. They got 15 more minutes to do it. We'll see if they can.
Yeah, they're going to need some points badly. What do you think's got to change in the offense here in quarter number 4?
Yeah, they're going to need to get this offense going very quickly, like you said, Patrick. And before they can do that, they got to get this offense off the field.
Yep. First and 10 for OU on a pretty good drive so far that is going to resume here on their own 46-yard line after this media timeout wraps up. Drive so far for the Bobcats, 3 plays in. 2 receivers to the right, 1 to the left for Rourke as we start this 4th quarter here from Oxford. Man in motion comes across. That is Bostic. Going to be a play action with him. Rourke looking to throw. He's wrapped up and no options down the field. And the sack is made by the RedHawk. Down there in coverage, believe that was, yeah, it was Agu for the RedHawks. And a 2nd down and 17 is coming up here for OU on their own 39-yard line. A loss there on the play as Rourke had nowhere to go.
A great start to the drive for the RedHawks. We talked a little bit, especially during halftime, about how the RedHawks have given up a few 3rd and longs here today. So they've got Ohio backed into the corner. They got to keep them there.
2 receivers left, 2 to the right. Shotgun snap here for Rourke. He will throw far side. There's a catch and a gain of about 7 yards for the receiver over there on the far side of the field. That was number 2 and white for Ohio, bringing it in. Alec Burton, the tight end. Be a 3rd and 10 here coming up for the Bobcats.
It's an Ohio 3rd down.
3rd down for OU. And 10. Bobcats tonight are 7 for 12 on 3rd down this evening. 2 receivers right. 2 to the left. Shotgun snap here awaits the quarterback at Curtis Rourke. On a 3rd and 10, Rourke spreads his arms. 3 on the play clock. Man who is left in the backfield. Rourke gonna get it off just in time. In the shotgun, he will throw far side of the field. There's a leap and catch, and bring it in for the completion is Miles Cross. To the 25-yard line of Miami with 13:45 to go in the 4th quarter. Miles Cross makes the catch of his life up against Ugwu on the far side of the field, and some good coverage too, and it will be a 1st and 10 to the 25-yard line for OU. You get Cross down hard after the catch, and he is shaken up and injured on the play. They're going to check on him here with 1:15 gone by in the 4th quarter, but what a catch and what a play OU needed at this time of the game.
Yeah, and Cross, like you said, the catch of his life. He was completely airborne when he caught that one, and I think he ended up landing on his backside or his actual back, and maybe that's why he's a little bit shaken up down there. But John Saunders, one of the men in coverage for the RedHawks, and he got beat pretty bad. He's gotten beat kind of a lot tonight, and he was so good early in the year. Just absolutely locked down receivers, Kentucky receivers. Kentucky wouldn't even really go over to his side of the field. It's kind of surprising to see him struggling here tonight against the Bobcats.
Yep. Have a 1st and 10 coming up from the 25-yard line for Ohio after the play, or after the injury. They got Cross up, and he is going to march his way over to the sideline with some help. So tonight you got total yards between each team. 417 for Ohio, 215 for Miami. So Ohio is almost double outgaining the RedHawks in the game tonight. 346 yards through the air for OU today. That's what's really killing the RedHawks. They just can't stop the pass. We knew they would have to stop the pass for success in the game with this Bobcat offense, 1st in the MAC in that department.
Yeah, and coming in, Miami, the best overall defense in the MAC. That's mostly due to their really excellent rushing defense, and they've done a good job holding Ohio down there. Only 71 rush yards for the Bobcats, but like you said, 346 for Ohio. That's even above their season total, which was already tops in the MAC. Yep. So RedHawks having a little trouble stopping the Bobcats through the air.
Nope. And another media timeout, by the way. So Luke talked about the busy week coming up. We got Friday morning women's basketball all the way to this Tuesday night MACtion going on. And last night we were all at Millette till about 11 p.m. or so.
And what a game it was from Millette. Really, really impressive performance from the 6'8", 305-pound Dominican Anderson Mirambau. He dropped 27 points. He averaged 1.5 last year at Cleveland State. This guy just drops 27 points in his Red Hawk debut.
And Jack, you want to know something even crazier about that? Apparently, preseason he was 340. He's actually 320, even though they list him at 305, and they weren't planning on playing him unless he got under 300. But apparently he's in really good shape. They played him anyway. They list him at 305. He's actually 320, and he put down 27 points. I'm excited to watch this guy all season.
I think he's staying in the lineup then.
Yeah, I mean,
for sure.
I said it on Twitter. I've never seen a 300-pound man move with so much agility and grace. And that's including all the football I've watched.
Yep.
I mean, he looks like he would be dominating this game down in the trenches if he had decided to play football.
Receiver on either side here for OU. Rourke gets the stop, hands it off from the 25 of Miami. And the rusher gets his way to about the 21-yard line. No, they're going to mark it down to 19 with forward progress. That was Bangura. Rushed it up the left half. Salopek. Never mind, McWood dropped it down. 2nd and 4 is coming up. Almost 2 minutes into this fourth quarter. Ball on the 19-yard line. Receiver on either side here for Ohio. Shotgun stop awaits Curtis Rourke. I formation here. Rourke hands it off to the man behind him in the backfield. That is Bangura, who will march his way up the left edge of the field and get plenty for the first down. Inside the 15 to the 13-yard line with a couple Redhawks in on the tackle. It'll be a first down and 10 from there for OU. Bangura been pretty much unstoppable tonight. For Ohio leads the team north of 50 yards in the game this evening. Receiver on either side here. 1st and 10 for the Bobcats from the 12-yard line of Miami. Rourke from the shotgun, man behind him in the backfield. Spreads his arms out. 3 to go on the play clock. Rourke hands it off. Another rush. This time it is McCormick who will gain a 2 to about the 10-yard line. Brought down in the secondary there by McWood. And it will be a 2nd and 8 coming up from the 10 for OU, who will need to get to the 2-yard line of Miami for a first down.
Miami really, really wants to keep the Bobcats out of the end zone here, keep this one a 2-possession game.
Receiver on either side for OU, man behind the shotgun snapper in Rourke. In the backfield, that is McCormick. Rourke gonna look to throw. He will go far side to the end zone. It was caught. Touchdown Bobcats. What a grab made there by Jacoby Jones. He reached around the defender and brought it in using all of his arm length in the back left corner of the end zone on a great catch and a great throw by Rourke. A nice timing play made by Jones. With 11:18 to go in the fourth quarter, the Bobcats lead at 30-14.
Patrick, with those 2 really incredible catches we just saw, maybe 2 of the best catches I've ever seen in my couple of years watching football at Yager Stadium. I mean, I think it's pretty safe to say that the Ohio offense firing on all cylinders here in this fourth quarter, or in this second half.
Yeah, that they are. They finally found their groove. Took them all game. Now they've got it. They're going to review it, by the way, make sure that all is well here on this TD catch. You had Jones reach around the Red Hawk defender, who I believe was Saunders Jr. back there. He stretched his arms out around Saunders Jr. to make this diving catch in the back left corner of the end zone and brought it in. Well, the question is, did he bring it in and maintain control? He definitely brought it in, but did he maintain control with the turf? That's what they're going to look at here on the replay monitor just below us. About 35 rows below us with 11:18 to go in quarter number 4. If it stands, it will be Ohio 30, Miami 14, and OU would still have to kick the PAT off. Tell you what, we haven't really had a lot of reviews tonight.
No, we really haven't. Often we see them going down there, it feels like every couple of minutes, but
Yeah.
it seems like these refs have been pretty spot on here tonight. Patrick, I don't know about you. From up here, it looked to me like he might have gotten his hands on it, but Luke's looking at the replay right now, and it maybe looks like he didn't.
I don't know. Get our call here. It stands. The ruling on the field stands. 30-14, Ohio, 11:18 to go in the fourth quarter, and the PAT try will come on here for the Bobcats in Nathaniel Vakos.
And now the student section is finally really looking pretty sparse over there.
Yeah. You just see them all walking out on the far side. They're all walking out.
Looking dejected.
As the PAT try knocked right through by Vakos. 11:18 to go in the fourth. Ohio 31, Miami 14. Bobcats extend the lead even farther. Yeah, they're all even.
Fans, turn your attention to the video board for tonight's great clip.
All right, so we got immediate timeout. We'll keep it right here. OU team that has found basically their groove in this game offensively before Miami ever did.
Yeah, and Miami did have that one really good drive to start off the second half, but it was really just two really good plays, and they haven't gone back to being as aggressive as they were on those two plays, it seems like, yet. So we're going to see Brett Gabbert come out here and try to put a drive together, and he's going to have to try to move these RedHawks fast because time is really starting to tick down on this game. Miami still needs at least 3 scores, so I think we're probably going to see some real aggression out of these Miami play callers as we move into this next drive.
That we will. See a lot of green around the crowd tonight. That is Ohio fans who have made the trip or come from this area. A lot of Ohio alumni all over this Buckeye state we find ourselves in. They have certainly been heard and felt tonight. Their presence as this Bobcats team leads it 31-14 over the RedHawks in the Battle of the Bricks. These two teams have met 97 times since 1908.
That is a lot of times. That's
history.
A very long time. And I mean, it makes sense, right? Ohio is the state of football, and these are two of Ohio's premier academic institutions.
Miami leads 54-41-2 all time. Coming into the night, they are 32-15-2 at home in this rivalry series. So last year, the meeting between these two teams was on Tuesday, November 2nd. It was in Athens. RedHawks lost that thriller of a game, 35-33. The RedHawks scored all 33 of their points in the second half of that game. And they ended up falling by just 2 points. 35-33 was the final.
Yeah, and just thinking about that game, thinking about watching it last year, almost a year ago, it's kind of frustrating sitting up here. Just this Miami offense does not have that type of juice, it appears, this season. And I really don't know why. I don't know, maybe if it has to do with the departure of Jack Sorensen, the obviously a star receiver who had over 1,400 yards last year, just ridiculous numbers. And obviously the injury to Brett Gabbert, the fact that he missed a bunch of games this year might also have something to do with it, but just not quite the same type of explosive offense that the RedHawks seemed to have last year.
Right. And you had Gabbert in that game throw for 492 yards for 5 touchdowns last season. Tonight, Gabbert has thrown for 153 yards and 2 touchdowns. And we are with 11:18 to go in the fourth quarter. Not saying that it's all on him. It's certainly not, but it just shows you the production, to your point about the offense.
Yeah, and it's interesting. He's been efficient. He's 12 for 17. He hasn't thrown an interception. He's only been sacked 1 time, so it doesn't really make sense.
Right.
I guess they're just not really giving him the chance to have to just throw as many times as he did last year.
Yep. RedHawk return on the Ohio kickoff from right to left. Kevin Davis trying to return it from his own goal line, shut down though by a pair of Bobcats at his own 17. So you got, with 11:13 to go in this fourth quarter, Ohio 31, Miami 14. With the ball right in the middle of the field, two receivers right and one to the left. Going to be some quick moving stuff. Going to have to be some quick moving stuff for Gabbert if he wants to lead his RedHawks to a chance at a win today. Throw on the slant route to the far hash of the field is brought in to start the drive by the RedHawk tight end and Jack Coldiron to get things going here in the series. 2nd and 5 coming up, and now the RedHawks go to no huddle. Two receivers to the left, two to the right. Gabbert back to throw. Far side throw is caught over there by Marshall. Over across the 40-yard line of his zone. Knocked out of bounds by the Bobcats, number 19. In coverage there for OU. That was the cornerback. It's Sanders. It'll be a 1st down and 10 coming up for the RedHawks from their own 45. Gabbert, again, no huddle. Throws over the middle. There's a catch. That is made there by Coldiron. He's into Bobcat territory inside the 40-yard line of the 38. 1st and 10 for the RedHawks. Where did this come from?
I mean, it seems like when they just play backyard football, things just work out.
So what's going on?
Send these guys downfield and have Brett Gabbert find them.
Two receivers either side. Gabbert near side, wide open. The catch made by Hippenhammer. He's inside the 30-yard line to the 29 of Ohio. Is this the same team?
Moving at breakneck speed, too.
2nd and 1 for the RedHawks, down to the OU 29-yard line. 10 minutes to go in the fourth quarter. Ohio 31, Miami 14. Two receivers left, one receiver out to the right. Gabbert here from the shotgun, will clap twice, walk his way back, will try to escape some trouble. Rolling near side, brought down for a loss of about 2 yards to the near sideline, but could have been a lot worse. Gabbert trying to set up a throw to the near sideline for Walker, but can never really find his footing with pressure to get a throw off, so he had to keep it to the near sideline and was brought down for a loss of 3. 3rd and 4 for the RedHawks. They're on the OU 32. Gabbert shotgun stop, rolling near side, plenty of room to work with. He's going to keep it down to 26-yard line. A late hit came in, and 2 flags come in as well. This will likely go against OU. He had a fairly late hit there on Gabbert, and a little bit of political stuff going on in the field between each team.
Yeah, and I'll be interested to see if they call this targeting, which...
Already had a 1 targeting earlier on in the game. Alvin Floyd of Ohio.
And what a gutsy play there from Brett Gabbert. A lot of QBs would slide down in that situation, but he wants every yard he can get here with the game winding down.
Referee's talking about it. We get our call.
Late hit, number 94, defense. Half the distance to the goal, 1st and 10.
Late hit is whistled against Ohio's Bradley Weaver, the defensive end.
Have you ever heard them say late hit before?
Oh, I think I have, yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Interesting. I feel like I have not heard that. Or I just don't remember hearing that.
I think so. 9:17 to go in the fourth quarter. 1st down and 10 from the 13-yard line of OU goes the RedHawks. Gabbert's all right, by the way. But yeah, just a touch late hit there. It was kind of to the head area-ish from Bradley Weaver. So 2 receivers out to the right. Gabbert here from the shotgun. Will just keep it with room opening up. He will get piled up by a couple of Bobcats to the 12-yard line of OU. 2nd down and 7 is coming up from there. After the gain of 2 yards. Now Gabbert here looking to throw from the shotgun. It's caught for a touchdown to the near sideline. Brought in there by the RedHawk receiver and Matt Hippenhammer with 8:39 to go in the fourth quarter. It is now an 11-point game, 31-20 Ohio. As Gabbard there in an empty backfield from the shotgun just fired a bullet to the near side of the field, where it was brought in by his favorite target tonight, Mac Hippenhammer, for the TD, his third touchdown reception of the evening. PAT try for Nicholson, who will bang it right down the middle. Ohio 31, Miami 21 with 8:39 to go in quarter number 4. As the RedHawks, Jack, in that last sequence, we're just playing football like your family does on Thanksgiving after dinner, and just loosened up, found each other well, communicated well. This no-huddle stuff just worked, and all of a sudden a 10-point game with plenty of time to go in this one.
Yeah, that's for sure. And if you're Miami, it really kind of felt like you were out of this game 2 or 3 minutes ago, and all of a sudden you get a stop, you're right back in this thing. So a really nice drive there from Brett Gabbard and the RedHawks. And pretty heartening stuff. That looked like the old Brett Gabbard.
Yeah, did for sure. With again 8.5 to go in the fourth quarter. Take a quick break, step aside, back to Yager Stadium just a moment. This is Miami Football on Red Hawk Radio. .39 to go here in this fourth quarter, 31-21. The Ohio lead over Miami. RedHawks come off a really good drive, though, a beautiful drive in the game. Their best looking drive offensively all night. 8 plays, 83 yards, 234. It lasted for the TD that was finished off from the star player tonight, Mac Hippenhammer, who has brought in 3 touchdown receptions. 8 receptions for 107 yards tonight for Mac Hippenhammer to by far lead all the Red Hawk receivers. Ball on the tee for Graham Nicholson, who will knock it down to Jacoby Jones. The Ohio returner gets it near side of the goal line, who will rush his way to the far side. Jones 30, 35, 40. He's shoved out of bounds with a flag in the play in the backfield on the return. A couple of Red Hawks got to him and knocked him out the far sideline toward the Ohio bench. And you got a referee who will announce the flag he threw at about the 20-yard line.
Number 34, during the return. 10-yard penalty after enforcement. First and 10.
It is a hold during the return against Ohio, so that'll knock the return back a little bit to the, bring it inside the 20-yard line, back to the 10, no, the 11. So 1 receiver to the left, 1 to the right. Rourke back out here to try to grow this lead from 10 points to where it is currently for OU. 8:31 to go, fourth quarter. Rourke spreads the arms out wide, makes the safe call again with 12 on the play clock, hands it off to the rusher right up the gut, which was McCormick on the carry there for OU. A gain of about 5, shut down by a couple of RedHawks over the middle. Be a 2nd and 4 officially coming up with the ball out to the 18-yard line, they say, and we will get an injured player on the play as well, and another media timeout. Injured Bobcat is lying on their back on the turf. Keep it here for the 3-minute or so break.
Patrick, if you're Miami in this situation, you kind of feel like you can't afford to give up more than one or a couple, or preferably you give up 0 first downs. But
yeah,
the time is really running down. Ohio, obviously, their main objective right now is going to be to run down that clock. So, RedHawks, you got to really stand stout. Can't afford to give up much.
Right. $8:17 to go in this fourth quarter of play. Get that player up walking to the far side of the field. Still have not gotten a number yet for the Ohio Bobcat player. Who's walking over there during this media timeout. We have about 10% of what we had for students at the start of the game now. And the general crowd has decreased about half since kickoff. But it's been clear weather all night, no rain, 48 degrees now. We started at 54 degrees. I'll take it.
Yeah, I think I'm pretty certain I'm cold right now, but it's really not nearly as bad as it could have been. And for most of the game, I really wasn't. So
no. So the RedHawks next week headed to Northern Illinois. They'll take on the Huskies. Again, a Miami loss tonight would completely knock them out of MAC title contention. An Ohio win tonight would really do a lot of favors for the Bobcats. Of course, in that 3-way tie atop the MAC East with Bowling Green and Buffalo coming into the week and this game. So if you're a Red Hawk fan after this game, if Miami were not to win it, down by 10 with 8:17 to go in the fourth quarter, still plenty of time to go. Many things can happen, we know that, but hypothetically, your main goal after this game, if you lose it, would be just bowl eligibility and simply continuing your season beyond the last 2 games that are scheduled at Northern Illinois and versus Ball State.
Yeah, that's right. And that's kind of where the season is right now, but Luke said that the scenario where the RedHawks could actually win the MAC East Championship, and to be honest, it's not that ridiculous. But it is going to be an interesting finish here, and I mean, no better reason for Miami to want to win this game than to keep its slim MAC East Championship hopes alive.
Yep. So we have media timeout wrapping up. And we'll get a 2nd down and 4 coming out of it for Ohio here as the Bobcats up 31-21, 8:17 to go in quarter number 4 in the football game. Patrick Geshan, Jack Schmelzinger, Luke West, Poley with you. Appreciate spending a part of your Tuesday night with us here on Red Hawk Radio. Receiver on either side here for Ohio's quarterback in Curtis Rourke. We'll do the weird thing where he makes the safe call like an umpire.
Yeah, I wonder what that means.
Never seen a quarterback do that. Hands it off up the middle. That is a rush that will get enough for the first down to the 22-yard line. That was Bangura, who's had a really good night for Ohio. That'll be his 15th carry. He's now up to 63 yards on the night. Gain of 4 for the first down for the Bobcats. That is their 24th first down of the evening. Bobcats had 20 first downs last week when they put up 45 points against Buffalo. First and 10 from the 22-yard line of their own of the Bobcats. Receiver on either side. Shotgun snap here will await Rourke as he spreads the arms again. Hands it off. Here is a break up the field for Bangura. He is gone up the near sideline. 30, 25, 20. Wrapped up from behind by Jaquez Warren inside the red zone. Warren back to make the tackle, luckily for the RedHawks, but Bangura got the handoff and touched nobody for the rush there of almost 60 yards. 7:03 to go in the fourth quarter, and you get the ball marked down on the 14-yard line of Miami with an injured Bobcat all the way back behind the play.
And what a tough break for Miami. It seems like now pretty much their only hope is to hold the Bobcats to a field goal, which would keep this one at a 2-score game.
It's crazy.
And a lot of injured players in the last few minutes, too. Something you don't want to see.
No. We had a pretty easy, quick-moving first half of the game where it was not a lot of reviews, not a lot of injuries. He had good flow to it, but then this fourth quarter has kind of had all of everything. Reviews and injuries and a lot of different stuff going on. Injured players going to walk off the field for Ohio. That's number 64 in white. For the Bobcats, their offensive lineman in Shedrick Rhodes Jr., 6'4", 311 redshirt sophomore from McDonough, Georgia, the right tackle. So you're going to have the ball again, 14-yard line for OU in Miami territory. 7:03 to go fourth quarter. On the right hash of the field, there'll be a receiver on either side. And Curtis Rourke will get ready for the shotgun snap. Play clock at 16. Rourke clapping twice. Man behind him in the backfield. That is Bangura. Waiting here, just eating up clock. 2 on the play clock. They snap it, hands it off. Bangura up the right hash, drives forward. He's down to the 10-yard line. Dowell made the stop there. Gain of 4 on the play will be a 2nd down and 6. Now the RedHawks thinking about the clock very hard here with 6:33 to go in the fourth quarter. Will call their first timeout of the half. Ohio is all 3 timeouts so far here tonight in the second half of the game. And the RedHawks stop the clock here knowing that they are down by 10 at least now, but it might grow after this drive.
Yeah, and if you're Miami right now, you got to be kind of thinking, I almost wish that guy had scored there. I guess you still have the chance to hold them to a field goal, but if Ohio ends up scoring a touchdown here, it's going to be a
tall task.
Yeah. And the only reason you might have wished that he would score is because you get to save your timeouts, but you definitely do want to take the chance of only holding them to a field goal.
Yep. 2nd and 6 from the 10. For OU, the RedHawk 10. Rourke in the shotgun, receiver on either side. Waiting here, 15 on the play clock, game clock stopped. Man in motion comes across far side to near side. That's Jacoby Jones. And all kinds of movement before the snap. False start is the initial call. That will be the announced call. Number 72, the left guard, Kurt Daniker, moved early. Redshirt senior out of Linden, PA. Moves him back to the 15-yard line. It'll be a 2nd down and 11 coming up, with 6:33 to go in the fourth quarter. 3 receivers to the left, nobody out right. Shotgun snap awaits Curtis Rourke. Clapping twice, makes the no-goal call with the arms. 10 on the play clock. Gets the shotgun stop. Throws far side. There's a catch. Wingless. Then flips it to Bangura. Up the far sideline. He's inside the 10 and wrapped up there by a sea of gray. Tackled down at the 9-yard line.
C.A. Bangura with the carry off the lateral.
A lot of trickery in this game. And
yeah.
We mentioned that these coaching staffs have, or at least there are a bunch of Ohio coaches who were formerly on the Miami staff. It's almost like they're kind of toying with each other here.
Well, Chuck Martin said this week in his press conference that he acknowledged the fact that, of course, the RedHawks' former coach, defensive coordinator Spence Nowinski, worked with the RedHawks forever. Well, the last several seasons, he's now the defensive coordinator in Ohio, so he knows what's going on. And for Chuck Martin, it was about trying to figure out how to kind of sneak stuff past them because they know the system so well.
Right. Yeah, and it's got to be really tough if you're Chuck Martin because that guy, I mean, he's been in the room with you for those years. He knows how you think at that point.
It was a shotgun stop to Roy, the quarterback. He made a flip play to Wingless, who then gave it off on another reverse to the running back in Bangura, but the RedHawks ran it fairly well. So you get a 3rd and 4 here from the RedHawk 8-yard line. Play clock at 19. They'll snap it to the shotgun. Rourke rolling near side. Throws to the end zone. Incomplete. It was knocked away from the intended receiver. And James Bostic, getting in his way was Jacquez Warren to break it up.
Broken up by John Saunders.
And Saunders in the area as well to make the play. He had kind of 2 guys back on defense there. 6:17 to go, and OU going to bring out the field goal team to attempt what's going to be a 25-yarder here. You have Vekosan. He made one from 28 earlier on in the game. Missed an attempt, though, from 40. This one from the left hash, 25 yards. Snap is good. Kick is right down Broadway. And OU extends the lead to 13 points on the field goal by Vekos. 34-21 is the score with 6:14 to go in quarter number 4.
And lucky for us, we're going to get to see Brett Gabbard go try to eat up this deficit.
Yep.
We know for sure that now they're going to be going very aggressive on the play calls.
Right. That is a fact. See what they can do. Still kind of enough time. RedHawks still the only downside is 1 timeout left. They used 2 of them on that last drive. So you get 6:14 to go here in quarter number 4. That's enough time to do something, although you're down by 2 possessions if you're a RedHawk fan and 13 points. So the ball will be on the tee here for the place kicker and Tristan Vandenberg. Oh, there they are.
Proving us right. I mean, they're still here.
Yeah. That is the other 2 members of the RedHawk radio football crew that are never seen or heard from. Parker Geshan and Andrew Schreider.
Staying loyal up there. Yeah. Only people up high in the stands, still waving their flags.
Yeah.
Still looking happy to be here.
Made an appearance on the video board. Kickoff out the back of the end zone off the foot of Vandenberg. That's all they wanted was some airtime.
I was just thinking, that's got to be why they're still standing up there. It's pretty smart.
So you got the ball here on the 25-yard line with a kick from Vandenberg out the back of the end zone. RedHawks start to drive from their 1st and 10 from the right hash. 2 receivers left, 1 to the right. Shotgun snap here for Gabbard. Will walk his way back. Throw down the field. It's a deep one. Going for Hippenhammer. Was tipped and incomplete. Great defense there. Back in coverage for OU to get a hand on that was Justin Burchett, the cornerback for OU, as he got his hand up there, reached for it, knocked it away from Hippenhammer. That was all the way down to the 25-yard line of Ohio. And with 6:07 to go in the 4th quarter, we will get a 2nd down and 10 here coming up for the RedHawks. On their own 25-yard line, Gabbard back to throw, in some trouble. Escapes 1 tackle. He was going to keep with room up the near side of the field. And out of bounds at the 27-yard line as Gabbard forced himself out. Gets up to a gain there. That'll bring up a third down and about 8 coming up for the RedHawks. So the ball on the 27-yard line of Ohio. 5:50 left. Fourth quarter, and they're going no huddle. Two receivers right, one to the left. Gabbert back for the shotgun stop. He will hold on the ball, throw near side. Catch is made by Kenny Tracy. First time we've really heard from him all night. Gets to about the 34-yard line there. It'll be a 4th and 1 for the RedHawks. You definitely have to go for this here if you're Miami with 5.5 to go on the fourth, clock moving. And you have one timeout. RedHawks trail Ohio 34-21. They're going to go for the 4th and 1 on their own 34-yard line. Two receivers right, one to the left. Gabbert, couple men behind him in the backfield, going to try a quarterback sneak. And it's going to be close. It's going to be very, very close. Gabbert didn't really get a good jump there at all. He needed the 35-yard line. I don't know if he got there.
I don't know if he got there either.
Just didn't quite get that jump and start and push he needed right after the snap. Official's going to spot it here. I'm sure they're going to have to measure it too. And or review it, and it looks like he was short. But where they spotted, he was a half-yard short. The quarterback sneak does not go through for the RedHawks. And at the moment, OU going to get this ball back on the 35-yard line of Miami with a turnover on downs. 5:10 to go in the fourth quarter.
Yeah, and Patrick, just judging by the mass of bodies that was surrounding that football when Brett Gabbert tried to stick his head into that pile, it's hard to imagine any scenario where any replay is able to overturn that. And it looks like they're not even going to bother trying.
No. One receiver out to the left, one to the right here for OU with a shotgun snap away to Curtis Rourke. Yeah, he was well short, not even measurement distance toward that line of gain. Get a whistle here with a play clock at 10, 5:09 to go in the fourth quarter. Officials will get together here. They might want to review this. Our call. They got to reset the game clock. Put a second more on it from 5:09 to 5:10.
See if that matters.
The camera guy laughed to our right. He's still chuckling about it.
God only knows what they're saying in those headphones.
First and 10 OU, ball on the 35-yard line of Miami. Receiver on either side here. Shot gets snapped to Curtis Rourke. We'll get it, we'll hand it off. Up the middle, Bangura, still going. Everybody pushing him forward. And he got a help from about 5 players on the OU offensive line for 5 extra yards and up for the first down at the 24-yard line of Miami. Mark that to 23. Whistle here, we get injured player on the defense. I don't know who that is. It's a RedHawk they're going to bring off. Is that Warren?
Can't read the number.
It's 22, I'm sorry. 22 in gray for the RedHawks. That's Gibson. Walking off the field with Paul Eppersole. He's going to go right into the 10.
Chuck Martin not even calling his last time out here. Lets the clock run.
4:50 left in the fourth. 34-21 Ohio. Receiver on either side. Here is O'Rourke. First and 10. 22-yard line of Miami. Play clock at 20, by the way. The game clock at 4:35. Both are moving, so you know what's going to happen here. We're going to wait at least 13 more seconds.
I feel like if you're like a 300-pound left guard, it's got to be pretty tough to hold that crouch for so long.
Play clock down to 5, 4. Rourke will get the shotgun snap off. Hand it off. Bangura in the backfield trying to move his way forward. RedHawk line gets to him pretty quickly. There's a gain of 2 to the 20. It'll be a 2nd and 8 from there. And now Chuck Martin will use his last time out from the RedHawk sideline. So that'll come here with 4:10 to go, fourth quarter. Clock is stopped. RedHawks are out of timeouts. 34-21, the Ohio lead over Miami. Just one of those nights for the Miami football team.
Kind of feels like just one of those years.
Honestly. Receiver on either side here for OU. Heck, last weekend we were in Kentucky, it seems like.
Yeah, seriously.
4:10 to go, fourth quarter. Handoff here, back to Bangura. They'll go. He has no gain. Stood up at the line pretty well by Kobe Hilton, who stepped back forward to make the tackle. Seyagu gets credit, but it was Hilton that did most of the work there. It'll be a 3rd down and 8 coming up for OU with 3:45 to go. Quarter number 4. You can hear that bell at about a 5-mile radius around the stadium. I'm not kidding.
I believe you, and it sounds a lot louder even right here when there's basically no one in the stands.
It's timeout called here by OU with 3:21 to go in the 4th.
30 seconds in length.
Will be 30 seconds in length.
Reset the game clock to 3:23. Thank you.
You know, them taking all these timeouts, it really seems like they're not even thinking about the student radio broadcasters sitting outside near the press box.
And that's what it's all about, right there.
As far as I'm
That's
concerned.
what it's all about. Even the athletic director goes, well, they put you outside again? We need to get one of those Halloween buckets, set up a donation
Honestly, that's a great idea.
table right there. You can put your change in it.
It's a great idea.
Buy some hand warmers.
Oh my gosh.
That's not in the budget. That's all right. We love being here.
Sure do.
And we love all of you joining us tonight, wherever you are on this Tuesday. Appreciate it. 3rd and 8 for OU. 20-yard line is the ball of Miami. 3:23 to go in the 4th. 13-point Ohio lead. No goal to call from Curtis Hork, who spreads his arms from the shotgun. Receiver on either side. Hork gets the snap, hands it off. Never mind, play action, gonna keep it. And Rourke will slide his way down inside the 10. He could have gone to the end zone there, but slid down, made the smart football play. I don't think he would have got to the end zone, but he could have made a better shot. Instead, purposely slid his way at the 10-yard line to get the 1st and goal. The RedHawks have no way to stop the clock. No timeouts left. 3 minutes to go, and the clock moving here in this 4th quarter. 1st and goal from the 9-yard line here for the RedHawks. On their own 9-yard line, if OU continues to march down the field on offense. Receiver here on either side for OU. 5 on the play clock. Snap goes to Rourke. He will hand it off. Rush here up the gut for number 36 of OU, who slammed violently to the turf. That's Jake Neitherton, the Miamisburg, Ohio native. No flag in the play, but players getting together and making plans for after the game.
Stopped by Ryan McWood after a gain of 2. It's 2nd and goal from the 7.
2nd and goal from the 7. Jake Neitherton from Miamisburg, Ohio, not too far up the road. You got 2 rushers in the game tonight for Ohio from the Southwest Ohio area. McCormick from Mason High School, Mason Comet, redshirt freshman. I remember covering his games at Mason High School not too long ago.
That's pretty funny.
Receiver on either side for OU. 2:05 to go, 4th quarter. Play clock at 3. Shotgun snap to Rourke. Hands it off, and tackled down inside the 10 is a new rusher, Julian Ross. For OU, the 6-year out of Kansas City will be brought down at the 9. It'll be a 3rd down and 8. Salopek on the tackle there.
No gain. It's third and goal.
Third and goal for OU coming up. Again from the 8-yard line. .90 seconds to go. Luke West Poley has got the post-game show coming up. We will join him, break this one down. And we get a timeout OU. They will use their second one of the half with 1:17 to go in the fourth quarter. With a third and goal upcoming here from the 8-yard line. Well, what was your favorite part of the night?
There were a lot of good parts of the night. I think that half opening drive from Gabbert and the RedHawks got to be definitely up there. I would say probably that. Those two big chunk plays in a row. What about you?
Gosh, so many moments to choose from.
Yeah.
I walked in here, didn't have to show a pass, didn't have to open up the case of gear for the security. Walked right up here without showing a pass.
It's pretty impressive. I showed up a little bit late, but it was pretty funny. I was walking by all these tailgates, and I got stopped 2 different times by people people I have no idea who they are trying to offer me free food. I mean, the Ohio hospitality is just absolutely wonderful, and I guess RedHawks stick together when the Bobcats are in town.
Receiver here on either side for OU. 1:17 to go fourth quarter. Third and goal from the 8-yard line of Miami. In a 34-21 game led by the Bobcats. Handoff here to Julian Ross. Right up the gut down to the 4-yard line of the RedHawks. Tackled down by Ertl. Fourth and goal from the 4-yard line for OU with a minute to go in the fourth quarter.
It's a gain of 4. Fourth and goal from the 4.
It's funny, you go to enough of these events and you know all the different security people or ushers or whatever, and you talk to them about different things. And one of them you always talk about the weather with. There's a guy down, I had a 10-minute conversation about Baden football with the guy at the elevator. As Ohio takes their third and final timeout with 30 seconds to go in the fourth quarter. Rams are deep into the state playoffs, trying to make another run to the state title game like they did last year. But the golf season ended about a month ago.
You know, can't win them all. There's always next year.
Yeah.
If you do it next year.
I don't know.
Nathaniel Vacos is on.
So they put Vacos on here to just put some more icing on the cake for OU for a field goal. This will be an attempt from 21 yards away. And Vacos will knock it right down Broadway. With 28 seconds to go in the fourth quarter, the drive finishes off for OU with a Vacos field goal. He will add another one, 37-21 the score in favor of the Bobcats. As Vacos' right foot has been pretty valuable tonight for OU. That will cap off for the Bobcats. A drive that goes 7 plays for 26 yards. Capped off by the field goal.
Patrick, how's it feel? You have 28 seconds remaining in your final battle of the bricks as a Miami student.
It's really emotional, bittersweet.
I believe it.
Camera guy to our right is still laughing. I'd love to know what the heck they're saying in
Oh
there.
my goodness.
You know, we do these games, we meet all the camera guys that are right next to us. Some characters. Squib kick here from Vandenberg. The Canisius grad will throw it right to Kevin Davis, who makes his return to about the 33-yard line. He's tackled down there. RedHawks get the ball here, 1st and 10 on their own 33-yard line with 22 seconds to go in this 4th quarter.
You know, you mentioned Vanderberg. I didn't realize he went to Canisius until you just said that, but now that you say that, I actually do remember hearing about him back when I was in high school. Yeah, Canisius has this great kicker. I'm pretty sure he ended up going to Ohio State first.
I didn't see that. I didn't read that, but okay, wow.
Maybe I'm thinking of someone else then.
He's from Buffalo. Didn't specify what part. Throw here near side is caught by Cold Iron, his 3rd catch of the night to the 40-yard line of Miami. 18 to go in the 4th quarter. Ohio 37, Miami 21. Shotgun stop here to throw near side. Gabbard goes to Tracy up the near sideline, shoved out of bounds near the 50-yard line. Maybe got into OU territory with 12 to go. That's enough for a 1st down. 12 seconds remaining here in this 4th quarter. Ball down to the 49-yard line of OU. The buses have not started yet.
Surprisingly enough, I do see that one of them has the door
open.
Okay.
So. All right, there we go. The second one.
Yeah, I think that guy's getting ready to start his bus.
Gafford scrambling around to the backfield, goes out of bounds far side with 3 seconds to go on a gain of 2. He had no options down the field on a throw play. So you got the ball on the right hash, 2nd down and 7. 3 seconds to go in the 4th. This will likely be our final play of the game. RedHawks down by a score of 37-21. Just trying to do something here. 3 receivers out to the right as Gabbard here will look to throw, but he's wrapped up and sacked, and that pretty much will tell you the story of the night. Is coming from behind to wrap him up from OU, number 17. Sacks Gabbard, who is now down on the field and is not getting up yet. Jeez. The defensive end, Vonnie Watkins. That will be the last play in the game, and Gabbard is down on the field, and all the trainers are around him. So you had a bad night for the RedHawks, who are going to lose this game, and then on the last play of the game, you have your quarterback sacked, who's already banged up and injured, and he has not gotten up yet, and all the trainers are around him. And he was sacked hard from behind, and each team now is going up to Gabbard and just watching.
I mean, you never expect something like this to happen, and it's easy to say this in hindsight, but, I mean, at that point, the game is over. I get that maybe you want to see Brett Gabbard throw the ball one more time, maybe get a couple more yards in his stat line,
yeah.
But you should just be kneeling the ball down there. There's no point in risking injury, especially a guy who already got injured late in a game that was already decided back in week 1.
True. Did they get him up yet? It's hard to see. Everybody's down there in that area shaking hands. I don't see where he is. Well, they still have not gotten him up yet. So let's monitor that breaking situation. Luke, how about you get the post-game show rolling, and Jack and I back in just a moment to speak with you again.
All right, Patrick, thank you very much. 37-21 is our final here in the Battle of the Bricks from Yager in the first MACtion game of the season for the Miami RedHawks, who are now in an uphill battle for bowl eligibility. Miami falling to 4-6. They're slipping as that situation runs along. Take a look at some of the final stats from this game. It was another offensive explosion from an OU team that's very used to that. They've done it all season long. 37 points in the win for the Bobcats and 557 yards of total offense for OU. They were led by 363 yards through the air, nearly 15 yards per catch, 194 rushing yards that really got going in the second half. The run game for the Bobcats, which was kept to a rather slim margin in the first half, was very good in half number 2 and running out this clock with the Bobcat lead on the Miami side of things. It was an okay offensive night, 314 yards, but really it just was not in the complementary fashion that the RedHawks needed to get some stops when they most needed them on defense and couldn't get them, and also couldn't get some key timely scores. And the RedHawks would end up falling in this one pretty handedly at the hands of their cross-state rivals in the Ohio Bobcats. For OU, things really looking up for the Bobcats. They're now 7-3 and 5-1 in the Mid-American Conference with 2 weeks of play left to go. They will get to watch as their Mid-American Conference East Division competitors will have to play tomorrow. They know now they're a half game ahead, but Buffalo and Bowling Green will both hit the field tomorrow night as Buffalo will take on Central Michigan. Bowling Green will take on Kent State. As of right now, as we mentioned, Ohio leading the way between those three teams with the win here tonight as they improve to 5-1 in Mid-American Conference play, and Ohio looks to continue to march their way towards what would be a very unexpected run to Detroit. We welcome the guys back in. Patrick Geshan, Jack Schmelzinger. Guys, this was a game that just felt very lackluster from the start for the RedHawks. They found themselves in it, and it seemed like the trend kind of continued in the second half, but the luck, you could say, for the RedHawks really ran out. The defense in the first half bent but didn't break, and then when the dam finally broke, the damage was done, and the RedHawks found themselves in a 3-score hole late. Tried to mount a comeback, put together a couple nice offensive drives late in this game, but it was too little too late. And right now, it just seems like in a lot of these losses, the RedHawks are kind of wasting a half of football with these really slow starts that we're seeing week in and week out.
I would argue they never even found it at all tonight, to be honest with you. I didn't really, well, that one drive they put together, what was it, middle of the fourth quarter where they went no huddle and were really good, appeared to be loose, appeared to be in it. Moved the ball very well down the field offensively. That was the best the RedHawks were all night, but, you know, other than that, this team was just not here tonight. It's almost like they didn't even show up. They weren't present offensively and defensively. And I think Ohio had a slow start, too. It was a pretty close game at the half, but afterward, forget about it at that point. Bobcats team that came here to win, they won the game. RedHawks team that just kind of showed up sleepy tonight and never really found their groove at all, except on one drive of the game offensively.
Curtis Rourke for OU, 25 for 35 for 363 yards and 3 touchdowns. He was good as he's been in basically every game this season for OU. On the Miami side of things, Brett Gabbert got a little bit more room off that leash in the second half, 20 for 26 for 244 yards and 3 touchdowns. Jack, this is a Miami defense. They've been highly touted all season long. We knew the run defense was where they really made their money, and the pass defense almost felt like it was untested. It really seemed like there was untapped potential to kind of find a groove if you're an opposing offense in that pass game against the RedHawks, and a passing defense that really has not seen a whole lot against this year, and that's certainly what Ohio did. Miami really struggled to keep up in the secondary tonight.
Yeah, Miami really did, and we've seen them be pretty good forcing turnovers for most of this season. Tonight they didn't force any turnovers. Like you said, they were having trouble keeping up with those really speedy Ohio receivers in the secondary, and they really weren't getting any pressure in the backfield either. So Rourke had pretty much all night to throw, it felt like, at most times. And when you pair that with receivers that are able to get open, I mean, it's going to be a field day, and it really was a field day, especially there in that second half.
Absolutely, and you talk about the turnovers, you talk about the pass rush. It's a Miami defense that all season long, when they've had success, they don't bring pressure in numbers necessarily, but the pass rush comes very strong in those little 3-4-man rushes. Only 2 sacks today, and they've caused chaos all year when they've been successful, whether that's getting into the backfield, hurrying the quarterback, sacking the quarterback, but then they've also done the things right that includes forcing those turnovers and just finishing plays. It really felt like they made it easy on OU at times tonight. They let Curtis Rourke get away. I mean, a number of times. They had him wrapped up in the backfield probably 3-4 times in this game, and he would end up popping, maybe a couple-yard run or even maybe throwing downfield for a little more. But the Red Hawk defense really just left a lot to be desired tonight. It felt like they made it very easy on an OU team that has run through opposing defenses all season long. Disappointed with the effort. You were hoping that a defense as good as the one Miami has posted all season would be a little more up to the task in facing this Ohio offense.
Yeah, I mean, you think about sorry, Patrick.
No, go.
You think about the Kentucky game against Will Levis, who's potentially going to be a top first-round pick in the NFL draft this year, and I feel like Miami's defense had a better showing against him and the SEC's nationally ranked Kentucky Wildcats. I mean, that was obviously the first game of the year, and lots of other things are different as well, but it's just really a bad showing from this Red Hawk defense. The guys who usually show up, it kind of seemed like they didn't show up. John Saunders really did not have a very good game. Usually he's locked down out there on the outside for the Red Hawks, and like we said, just really not able to slow down that Ohio offense tonight.
557 yards against. That's the highest mark a team has put up on the Red Hawks all season long, and it certainly felt like it. Patrick, you got 2 games left in the season. They're both midweek MACtion games, and I mean, you see crazy stuff happen all over the league. We see it every single year. The Red Hawks aren't eliminated from bowl eligibility, but you know, with the way that they've played right now, you were hoping they kind of turned the corner with that win over Akron. Momentum-wise, it felt like that win was pretty good, but you know, talking to some members of the coaching staff and some people around the program, they really thought they weren't even necessarily pleased and thinking that they were at their best in that game. If you look at the overall performance ever since really that Kent State game in the win, all the games since then, and you look at the way the Red Hawks have played, yes, bowl eligibility is still on the line, but with the effort the Red Hawks have really put out over the last month or so, it really does not feel like this team deserves to play in the postseason at all.
No, I agree, and just kind of the way they haven't shown up for games. You mentioned at the start, you know, these halves where they don't show up. Well, a good football team plays each game 2 halves, not just 1 half of the game. That's what a deserving team plays, and you're right. I just don't think we have seen a consistent effort like we have in previous Miami football teams that have gone to the MAC championship game, right? And those teams started the game with the same energy and intensity as they finished the game. We're just not seeing that with this group. I don't know if they're too young. I don't know if they, you know, you can diagnose whatever you want to diagnose. I don't know. But that's what it comes down to. And you have, you know, to play in the postseason, look, to deserve to play in the postseason, you got to play 60-minute games. Red Hawks sometimes play 60-minute games. Sometimes they play 15-minute games. Sometimes they play 45-minute games. And tonight was about a 7-minute game. So, to be frank and honest with you. So, no, they, you know, deserving teams playing the postseason, like an Ohio team, finds out a way to get a win on the road here tonight in this environment, in this atmosphere, in this weather. And when Ohio didn't really have it all tonight. And that's a team that finds a way to win this game and win it big. So that's the kind of team that deserves to play in the postseason. It's not what Miami has this year. Yeah,
absolutely. And you talk about a team that really didn't have it all. It really felt like Ohio did not play their best football through about 2/3 of this game. They turned it on late and really found their groove. But to think that an Ohio team could probably hit the film room over the next couple days and realize that they didn't really get to their full potential until right around that 4th quarter, and they still end up with almost 600 yards of offense. I think it just shows how good this Ohio team is and how far they have come. And this was a team that struggled a little bit in non-conference play. They had a couple of tough losses. They had a big win in week 1, but a couple tough losses. They had to play Iowa State, Penn State. Those are bye games. You never really expect anything huge from those, but then they got a real scare from Fordham and then lost their first MAC game of the season. Since then, it's been 5 wins in a row now in conference play overall for Ohio, and this is a team that looks to be well on their way to Detroit. And just looking at some teams around the MAC, I mean, Buffalo has been good, but this is an OU team that beat them last week and beat them pretty handedly. And right now it looks like the Bobcats are going to be the favorite over the next couple weeks to probably take home the MAC championship.
You guys follow the MAC way more than I do, but yeah, I mean, certainly looks like a championship caliber team tonight. The offense is working. It seemed like they were connected as a unit. The defense showed up when they had to. Special teams was good. So certainly a team that would contend for the title, in my opinion.
RedHawks back in action next Wednesday. Kick time and network will be announced in the coming days. It'll either be on CBS Sports Network or on ESPNU, and a 7 or 8 p.m. start in DeKalb against Northern Illinois. That's a team that's really struggled in the MAC West. Northern Illinois with just 1 win in the Mid-American Conference this season. As for us, we'll be back on the air Friday morning. Busy weekend starts off with Miami women's basketball against Vermont. That game starts at 10:15 a.m., and we will have 4 games across 2 sports over the next 2 days this weekend. So that'll wrap up our coverage here from Yager. We'll talk to you on Friday. Until then, for Patrick Geshan, Jack Schmelzinger, our entire Red Hawk Radio crew, thanks for tuning in for some midweek MACtion. Miami falls in the Battle of the Bricks. 37-21, OU wins it. We'll see you on Friday. This has been a presentation of Miami football on Red Hawk Radio.